Special forces.
Yeah, man.
Let's repair. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I thought like that. Trying to get his sister. I do, in fairness, I do leave the, I leave my one casualty.
Yo, what's going on, man? Yeah.
Are you mic'd up?
Yeah, the mic's hot.
Just figured I'd check.
Don't worry. Okay, we already have mature rating on the stream, so I don't care what we say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's like anything taking me to a diner, yeah.
Yeah. What was that? Hydra penis?
Yes.
Please don't start
after,
slapping the
That
table.
was like 40 hours of drafting and sealed.
Yeah, you were you were on another plane of existence at that
I
point.
played every event that weekend.
Thank you, 501st Legion.
Real fast.
Yeah, man, new angle. I'm trying it out. Kind of liking it. I'm also thinking about setting up a second camera on the original angle and just having a picture-in-picture of that, just because my hands have been getting in the way a bunch.
Dad, when am I gonna get a pack like that? I want that. Start playing cards. But I really want some chips.
What do you want right now? You want to eat or you want to?
I will send my pocket. Dad, was it in the
It's in my book bag. It's hard to do.
It's from Chinese.
How's it going?
Dad, when can I get one?
Aaron, stay back.
Where's it going?
He's paid for them.
Yeah.
Come over here. What do you want to eat? You want a corn dog? A burger?
I want that sandwich that you gave me last time. Well, it's better too. It's better too.
If they don't have it, you want something else? Yo, relax. I'm playing that around.
You want that cheeseburger?
You want the cheeseburger? But it doesn't come with like sandwich. That's just a serving suggestion.
Yes, burgers. No. Lettuce or tomato. Previously on Fudge Monkey's Annoying Villagers.
Yo, so working on getting the Fett Man finished.
Yeah. I see that.
Did you guys play Magic?
And so just blocked out the color for the cape. Now I'm actually doing the color blocking for the backpack.
I love the weird backpack because he had like 3 or 4 different ones.
Yeah,
And
this
this is my favorite one.
Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, because it looks weird.
Yeah,
It's like
with
such
how
a weird color scheme. Very 90s.
well, considering Return of the Jedi was what
83.
Yeah.
You know.
I actually can't wait to start doing some of the freehand on Boba. Like I'm going to be adding like the kill marks and everything.
Yeah. I'm stoked.
I do that like every time.
I've been seeing conflicting images of the Wookiee braid. Like some of the the braiding on Boba's.
Oh yeah.
That's Wookiee hair.
Yeah.
And I've been seeing conflicting images of where it's like. I don't ask what our coworkers do anymore. I don't. But I've been seeing some conflicting images where like they're blonde or they're still or they're brunette.
Yeah.
I think I might just. There's really only space to do one color on these, so I'm trying to decide what it's going to be.
I think blonde would look good.
I'm just afraid it might get lost inside the khaki.
It's true.
So I can always start it in process of blonde, and if I think it might get lost, I can just stop.
That's true. You could do that.
Like, apparently this Wookiee he murdered was dirty blonde.
Same as the other guy.
All right, that's fine. What do you want?
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
I'm gonna get you a pound. What do you want to spend your last night?
How much? I work for the government now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're getting a
Government.
Did you get your paycheck there?
No, he works state
So
government.
we're technically not even state. We're a not-for-profit, non-charitable.
Oh, nice.
So we get paid. We get state benefits. It's pretty great.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's not something I would
And
ever
it's the same
complain
healthcare I grew up with, so now I'm like, oh, I get covered by stuff again. Great.
about. Oh, awesome.
Yeah, dude. We're gonna Manhattan was terrible.
I have a very high deductible, but once it's paid, it's smooth sailing.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's paid the deductible first.
I'm sorry, man.
How am I not shocked that it's a Mandalorian helmet as your background?
It's actually the real reason why it is because this background, it blurred out whatever text was there.
Okay.
So I was like, all right, I need to get something darker up top.
Yeah.
And of course, it's a Mandalorian because it's my tattoo as well.
I had to be like real careful with like backgrounds. So my previous job. So,
Did you really?
I was working at like an investment bank, dude. Like I didn't
So?
want like so it was a Japanese bank. So I
Okay.
couldn't like have an anime background because they don't really take kindly to that.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
But
It's super frowned upon. No, it's super frowned upon. You know the kinds of fans there are, right? And it's just like for a super conservative, xenophobic country, like, yeah,
Yeah, but that's their own art.
they're not proud of it. It is quote unquote shameful.
Otakus are not appreciated in Japan either.
They don't like recognizing like weird social quirks that country has either. They don't like to talk about it.
That's funny.
It's pretty great.
That's fucking great.
Yeah, it's pretty great when you're like talking about like women's only cars because like there's such a sexual harassment rate on them that they then need them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know?
The train groping.
Yeah, it's so bad. And they're like, yeah, that exists, but could you not talk about it? Like,
It's like, yeah.
I think the U.S. is to blame. It's all the radiation.
you know what it is? It's culturally very repressed about expressing yourself. So people do crazy things when they
That's why
break
like,
out.
their suicide rate is retarded.
Like absurd high. That and like it's super expensive to live there.
Look, they're not even in like
That
replenishment.
country got like annihilated by the 1980s boom. Like annihilated.
They also annihilated themselves with the power plant that exploded.
Which was not rated correctly for the environment. Was it? You get what you pay for.
Yeah, man, exactly, yeah. You gotta cut corners somewhere.
Apparently, safety is one of them.
Pray that you're dead by the time any of the problems come to light.
Yeah, I think that one prop is like social obligation. That country is extraordinarily high. So like, you know, just like a bunch of elderly people were like, we're gonna volunteer to clean up all this nuclear waste because we're not gonna live long enough to get cancer.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's just like super awesome, you know, like to have a society that would do that.
That is awesome, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna die.
Because like in the
anyway.
U.S., like that doesn't happen. They're like, man, I'm gonna get my benefits now. Who cares if any generation after me gets them? You know, like it's unfortunate.
Unfortunate but true.
Yeah.
And apparently, there's now a lot of social commentary on this stream.
Yep. Sorry, guys.
That's
Sorry.
fine. It's probably only Gus watching right now.
Yeah, it's fine. You know, it's just like weird that like.
Yeah, it's only Gus watching right now. It's fine.
Oh, okay. All right. Hi, Gus. I miss you.
He'll be down here later.
Yeah. It's just weird, like working for an organization with a lot of protest. Because they'll like finance things, and you're like, that's not ethical. Sorry, it's ethical. Sorry, it checks the ethical box. It doesn't check the moral box. which is totally different.
Yeah.
Totally different. Take him out. Spare him the misery of life.
I've done it.
Spare him the misery of life.
I've accidentally done it.
Daddy, it's done.
What if it's done?
Maybe we don't when you kick him out.
Dad, it's done.
It could be done.
You still role playing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're doing a Ravnica campaign.
Oof. The Infinite Cityscape.
Yes. I am part of the Golgari.
Okay. All right.
Oh, who's running?
I
Who's running?
thought you were going to do
Louis.
for a second.
So this is his first real go of it.
And when you guys playing?
You didn't want to
I
Rakdos?
think we're gonna do session 0 tomorrow.
Yeah.
What?
You didn't want to go Rakdos? You didn't want to red black it?
No, I'm going
Were they too
Golgari.
carnival? Were they too carnival?
No. Yeah, I'm going Golgari for specifically because I want to play a Spore Druid Turtle
All right.
that nobody likes.
All right.
His whole thing. His name is Feek.
Yeah.
He's been kicked out of. The reason
That
why
sounds
he's
like a fecal matter.
yes.
Yeah.
The reason why
Yeah, the small
he started his hermitage. The reason why he started his hermitage was because everybody kicked him out of town because he smelled so bad. He never believed in washing and anything, and
I mean, he
was just
wouldn't.
like, he's like, filth is the greatest thing ever. So this mushroom.
it's Golgari.
So when he's
Even if he wanted
he's
to,
sitting
he
there,
couldn't.
he's sitting there in the forest meditating, and this mushroom's like, "Bro, you smell good. I'm gonna teach you some magic." And it rotted out his eye.
just sliding
and
into your DMs?
infested into it. Yeah. It just
He just wanted to get in you. Yeah.
the mushroom then it started infesting in his brain, and it started teaching him how to become a Spore Druid.
All right, sweet. I'm digging it.
Speak.
To Golgari Druid.
Yep.
Yeah, I definitely want to start running again. I wrote a meme game for Scion where you're like the children of gods. It's like Ortho and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
All the pantheons. And I wrote a meme game that's just like, there's so many memes per second. Like everything's a reference because like I was a group that wasn't particularly serious anyway. So I was like, all right, let's just make it a troll fest for you guys. Like you're gonna fight the creatures from TMNT Secret of the Ooze. Like great. Like, but I really want to run like a real super serious D&D game.
You can't you can always have the intention of running super serious. It never goes that route.
I think it matters the players you have.
It really does.
Like it's meeting the player values.
Well,
You really have to cultivate and prune a player base for that. Like you can't just be like, oh, we're invite people, you know?
It's true because I play with like Kyle Hogan, Matt Vigilante,
Yeah. Okay.
and all them. So you have to prepare for derailment.
Yeah.
And the best way to prepare for derailment is
It's
to
just-
rail everything around you. So that's what I do with them. It's just like plan for it kind of deal. Like one of them completely took over the drug lord in the town.
Yeah. Great.
There was a huge drug lord and everything, and he's just like he slowly found ways to circumvent him and everything. Wound up taking him over. Became such a shit to the rest of the group that one day he left early. The rest of the group decided to rob his bank of $1 million.
Yeah.
Like that became the new railment.
Yeah. That's fair.
It was great.
That's
And I was like, all right, you guys decide what you're doing. I'm going to come back. And they're like, we want to steal Kyle's money. And I was just like, perfect, let's do it.
Yeah. I just you know what it is? Like I came from a background where like I played a lot of like really like epic fantasy, and then I got super into like how medieval politics work and stuff like that. So I'm like really want to do it, but like it's really hard to find a group that's like on board for that, right? They're just trying to sleep with everything they see. You know what I mean?
I mean, like, I really kind of want to play a campaign like that.
And it's not like there's no place for joking around. It's not like I'm saying no fun.
I have
right?
characters that I want to play in a serious sense. I mean, like, they're dumber characters, but I would want to play them seriously. Like,
Yeah.
I have a guy who's, like, his whole thing is he just goes into combat. He's dumb everywhere else. He's kind of just, like, sits there and kind of just drools at everything and grunts. And then you put him in combat, and he just knows what he's
He's
doing.
a genius.
Yeah.
So there's our idiot
It's a very
Swan.
specialized skill set.
Yeah. And I want to role play that character so bad, but and in a setting where it's like more meaningful, so I thought he's just like, okay, calm down.
I think that's fine. I think that has its place. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's a wider area than you think it is.
Yeah, except
So I recently played a Starfinder game actually with Christine, and she was and I was playing with Christine. She was playing the insect people,
Okay.
and we're actually playing like a relatively like it's a lighthearted, but everybody's still playing like pretty true to what their character is. And she decides to start communicating to everybody in cliques. And like the entire time, I'm playing an enlightened bear named Boris.
Of course you are, Dave.
And I'm the tank, and basically the background is that like this is my tiny friend.
Yeah.
Leave my tiny friend alone, or I hurt you.
Yeah.
And she starts communicating in cliques during the game and go, oh, happy cliques are okay.
Yeah. So
that's like the Kenku.
yeah, I almost feel like I don't want like a game that's just like no nonsense bullshit. Really. But I just kind of want like a narrative that's more like
Serious.
You're looking
like,
for a
that's
stronger
more like-
narrative.
Yeah. Like a lot.
Yeah.
And my current GM like has that, but he believes in pure fiction. He doesn't believe in fantasy. So like when you fight like an organization, right, and like you hit one of their outposts, they're coming in with like 7 people because you got 6 people. They're coming in with 25 and they're coming to kill you.
Oh yeah.
And you can't do anything. Like you cannot kick a stone because you're dying. Like it causes the avalanche and you're dead. Like you have to be real careful about everything.
But I kind of like that too because the adds.
I did that for
to it.
10 years. I'm a little over it.
See, but I like circumventing that because the meat missile guy can lift over a ton.
Yeah.
Literally, like I worked it out, so that's just part of his build.
So like I've gotcha moments, right?
Yeah.
As you do, you'll have moments where you pull one over on him and you're like, man, I did not expect this,
Yeah.
right? And then I'll have moments that I've thoroughly destroyed him by using a spell he knew existed but didn't care about because it didn't seem like you could manipulate anything with it.
All right. So my cousin was teaching his wife how to play StarCraft, and StarCraft 2.
Okay.
And she was getting kind of good.
Okay.
But so one day I got
all wins, man.
I got a text message and it was like, Michelle wants to challenge you, and I was just like, all right. What is she gonna play? Well, I taught her how to play Terran, so she's gonna play Terran. I was like, all right. Well, I'm gonna play Terran too because I like just playing humans.
Me too.
Pretty much anything.
I was a Terran guy.
So
I played a little Toss.
Toss when I wanted to play Air Force, Terrans when I wanted to play normally.
It was nice because I'm a
Zerg-
macro guy and not a micro guy.
see, I
so
like Zerg.
I can't micro that well.
No.
I'm not that good. Like I'm Korean, but not that Korean. You know, like I can't. Like I'm not that good. Like I was like top US Warcraft, right? I couldn't play StarCraft.
This is what reminded me of your original story. This story reminded me of something from your original story. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I focused infantry.
As you do, as Sarah.
So I focused infantry. She went for endgame units.
Okay.
So she was trying to build Thors, and I was just like pumping out tons of infantry and
Aren't
everything.
Thors like good versus Terran mechanized? When you go bio, it doesn't do that well.
They're actually really good against the infantry, so like it made me nervous.
Okay.
So I get a ghost into her base. He's cloaked and everything, and I just see where all her shit is set up.
You
And I
didn't
just start building nukes.
Oh, you troll nuked her? That's
So I start
so
building
bad.
nukes, right?
That's
Right.
like one of the worst strats ever.
So I see. I don't give a shit. It's all about winning. I don't care if it's in the game. Don't complain.
No. I mean, like, it's one of the most inefficient strats ever. I can't believe it works.
Anyway, so I'm sitting there and everything, and my nukes come online, and I nuke all of her SCVs. Just all of them. Took them all out, and I just see like typing like coming up on the thing. And so my cousin never told her about nukes because he never used nukes.
Yeah,
he
because
doesn't
they're not
use
good.
nukes. So it was never in his brain to use nukes.
Yeah.
So she didn't know how to defend against them. She didn't know to build
Raises.
the turrets.
Yeah. Any detector ever.
Detectors, yeah. So like she didn't know to do that.
Yeah.
And so that's what reminded me of that, because it's like if you don't plan for it, kind of deal.
I was a bad StarCraft player, dude. I was bad.
I also
like to all in people or fast expand.
I also want to. I have a necromancer that I really want to fucking play out. because he's crazy. Because
Necromancy's good.
he starts
Like,
as a wizard.
Not ethically, but like it's real efficient.
He starts as a wizard and branches
They nerfed
into a
it.
cleric.
They nerfed it in 5e.
It's still pretty awesome.
Yeah, you actually get
No,
saves against it now.
It's good. No. The crazy thing about like raising the dead, right? The crazy thing about it was it used to be that they could do any simple task, right? In like 3.5,
Another combat.
right? Now they can only do specific actions like combat. So
Oh yeah. But I think I
In the
read
old
about it.
days-
Like you could dress them up and everything,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then be hauled around like a caravan.
oh yeah, like a
Stuff like
palanquin. Yeah, hell yeah. Yo,
So-
do your
so-
noble self. Yeah, that's awesome.
Anyway,
Slavishly loyal, undead, I'm all about it.
so he starts out as like a wizard and everything, and he starts branching out into cleric because he's like, I want to learn everything there is to know about
life and death.
about right. You know, that he's a true neutral.
Yeah.
And he's
Balance
like,
in all things.
yes, exactly. So like he realizes he can't fully do it just as a wizard.
Yeah.
So he tries to go into become a cleric and whatnot. And then as he's a cleric, he becomes a warlock because he sells his soul to learn all necromancy.
So the thing
I'm
that
gonna
happened
play
in
that guy
3.5.
in a real
That sounds
campaign,
awesome.
He'd be certainly a
about
challenge.
3.5
Careful
is they
about
could
lifting
do-
the table right now.
any simple action, right? So you could, being economics guy, right? I decided that I wanted to use my skeletons to mine tirelessly forever.
Yeah.
Because they could do any simple action, it was wide open,
Yeah.
right? And like usually, like a game designer will write a simple sentence like that and not think about it.
Yeah.
And I was just like, all right, I'm just going to do this with infantry.
Or they did and went, GM's got to figure this one out.
And then they eventually just wrote it out. What's going on? They wrote it out in 5th Ed because it was too strong.
Yeah. Just mine forever.
So the thing that I did that got my GMs like really messed them up was we incidentally tailed like a high level assassin guild, right? And we waited for him to leave, right? And so we're like, all right, we're gonna go in his house and steal his shit because fuck this guy for stopping our job and killing the guy we're supposed to protect. You know, we don't forget, and we don't let go, right? So our answer was to buy a corkscrew and like kind of drill into the side of his building, like at an angle downward. So like you got like the corner and then you got a little hole into the basement.
Okay.
And I was a warlock, and I was like a 7th level warlock or a 5th level, whatever. I don't know. I Gaseous form, right?
Okay.
A Gaseous form is not a good combat spell. Like you can't be like fly and then like shoot things from pew pew a million miles away, right? You can't do it. So our answer was to Gaseous form down there, ungaseous form, get your rope, find a chest, put everything I could of value into this chest, and then tie it to myself as I'm carrying it, and then gaseous form out through the hole and leave. And he was like, you bypassed several magical traps as well as multiple magical alarms. And so, dude, so he does a lot of, for enemies you get homebrew stuff, right? For you don't get anything. So everything murders you in this game, right? So, but if you get whatever they're using, you get free reign, right? So we stole like this poison that was doing like 8 damage per hit, and we were just like murdering everything that we could. And we would just break it out during hard encounters, and like he has this sort of like random encounter table that's unreasonable. So like between the numbers of 3 and 97, it's a somewhat normal game, right? And on 1 and 2 and 98 and 99 and 100, right? It's unreasonable, right? So if you get 100, you're probably finding incidentally like a guard artifact, and you have to roll like a DC 30 perception check to find the thing, right? So we've done that before in the past, and that is a reason why I heavily invest in perception, right, of any kind. Now on the other scale, we were walking around a forest and we random encountered on that one into like he has a couple other tables of just like what its stance is, and it actively ambushed us. It saw us, and it was like a CR-15 Hydra, and like each head was a different element. So you couldn't even like cast energy resistance on an element to survive. So you're just dead, right? And we ran from it for about half a day, trying to get away from it, and still happened to die. It was terrible. It was awful. And it happened all the time. All that. Yeah, we've done that a couple times. The most recent one was a game that died in 2 weeks. We found an artifact that was sealed. It was like a good guy artifact that was sealed, right? And usually, you see a bad guy artifact. You're like, yeah, we know why that's sealed, right? Yeah, we know. Why did we seal the good guy artifact? Unless, it's a conspiracy.
No.
It's got to be a conspiracy, right? Like, that's the first thing your brain goes to. You're just like, that's a conspiracy. Like, someone hit it, and it was some sort of plot to, like, get that guy from not having power.
Sure.
No one believed me.
So no one believes you.
No one believes me. And they're just like, that's bullshit. There's no reason why you believe that. And I was like, well, just take the steps. So I did that little exercise, right? That little, like, if bad guy, then very obvious what it was, and we don't bother it, and we keep it hidden. If good guy, question mark, right? So they were like, no, we don't believe you. We're going to tell everyone, especially this religious order, that we found this, right? And we're going to tell everybody, right? We're gonna tell the kids. We're going to tell the farmers. We're going to tell the bards and let them tell everybody.
And everybody who knows this information has to die. Yeah.
2 weeks. This guy. So the thing about this guy, the way this guy prepares games, is that he doesn't just know like what the net worth of someone's house is, right? He knows that dude's entire lineage, right? For story purposes. Like, the dude's a psycho when it comes to prepping a game, right? This insane level of detail. And I found out that it's not bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes they'll just come up with a thing on the spot and just keep going.
Mm-hmm.
That dude has a ridiculous amount of detail in all things for no reason. Like, every waking moment of when he's deciding to put a game together has been constructing
Like
the universe.
in Colorado, that's so massive.
Oh, which one? What?
Oh, the one that the guy's been running for 20 years, and he's got the
Oh, yeah.
entire
Like
model
basements and
city.
stuff, and like people come in just to play, fly in to play.
Oh, that's crazy. But basically, he'll do that in whatever time span it is. For us, it was 2 weeks.
God damn it! Hold on. Somebody made a warlock homebrew using opportunity
Oh, nice.
as their
Yeah. Yeah, no, I was actually trying to reverse engineer the stats so I could give it to Steve because he wants to play Opportunity now.
Oh, yeah. Warlock's a great class. Warlock and Cleric, I think, are the two most fun classes. I think Warlock's underpowered, but so super fun. Cleric is good. Cleric is...
also good to
Druid needs to get rebalanced. It's too strong.
Druid is fucking stupid.
Monk
Especially
sucks.
if you go into 3 levels barbarian with it.
Yeah.
The strongest goddamn thing in the game.
Yeah, it's the wild shape Druid is nuts.
Yeah.
It's infinite life.
Yes. They retconned that. It's not infinite life anymore.
Yeah, no, it doesn't make any sense.
It's not infinite life anymore.
Yeah, it used to be.
Yeah.
Like, jeez.
You're still knocked. You're now knocked unconscious.
Good.
You revert back to your normal form, but you're unconscious.
Yeah, because it was insane. Like, it's insane.
Spore druids don't even get a wild shape.
Can you turn into a mushroom?
No, but you get a circle. You get a halo of spores.
Yeah.
That can infect things, and if they die, they become a spore servant.
Oh,
for
nice.
you.
I was kind of hoping that it would have some sort of... It's D&D, so it wouldn't. But I was kind of hoping that, like, you'd, like, cultivate, like, crazy drugs and poisons and shit.
Oh yeah, dude, absolutely.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
That's why I'm getting good berries because because he's also
They're real good.
he's also fungusy, so like they're gonna be like moldy and everything.
Yeah,
and he's
oh,
gonna turn
God.
them into a wine, and he's gonna be like, "Here, drink this, it'll help you."
And you're just kind of tripping. Like,
Oh, he's permanently tripping.
that's so
in his
good.
one eye,
It's one.
because the other eye is a mushroom. He's
Yeah.
got like a eye patch that's a mushroom head,
Yeah.
and it's actually his master.
Yeah.
He's
Nice.
like taught him all about being a spore druid and whatnot. And he's
I feel like you're, like, somewhat, like, maybe half a step away from serial killer.
me personally.
No,
or-
I meant the character, but you too. Yeah.
Oh no, he's just a creepy old man.
Oh, okay.
He's like, because he's 45 years old and totally die around 50. So which does not make any sense to me. They're turtle people and they
They
die.
should,
at
they should
50.
crazy longevity.
Yeah. Anyway,
Unless someone flips them over, and it's just like a consequence of someone flipping them over.
well, they have natural
Motion.
armor of 17.
What if,
What?
you're, what if you're on your back?
That's so good.
That is really good, but they can't wear armor. They don't get any bonus.
Whatever, just be like a wizard. Or druid. Like,
Right.
well, druids wear armor. Just be like a wizard. Who cares? Just like,
Oh, I'm gonna be a druid, and
is casting bark skin a penalty?
No.
Do you lose armor, or is it the same number?
If it's, I think Barkskin's actually 19. I think.
Oh, it does go up. Okay.
So
That would be really funny if it was less,
if you wear a shield,
like mage armor.
if you have a shield, you actually get the bonus from the shield too.
Oh, sweet.
So you can rock at 19 at level 1, which I will be doing.
That's really good.
That is good. Yeah. So he is just like completely fungused out. Right.
He's a fun guy.
He's 45
Oh
years
my
old.
god.
Yeah,
Just
you
like-
hold on.
He's very
You didn't
hard-hearing.
expect this? We're talking about a fungus guy. We're not going to make the fun guy pun.
I was just waiting for it, to be honest with you.
Fair.
He's crotchety. He doesn't like being around people. I've given him a negative to stealth. I've imposed on him a negative to stealth.
Yeah.
Because he smells so bad. But at the same time, I've taken a skill called stench.
Yeah.
Where if something, it's
like a troglodyte.
troglodyte.
Yeah, man, we're on the same page here.
Yeah. So I by giving myself that negative to stealth.
Yeah.
For the group, mind you.
I think the best part of
That didn't sound good.
I watched that.
brutal. Moment of silence. I've played every warlock available in 5e. I've played every single
I
one.
want the undead one.
Undying.
Undying, yeah.
It's really cool looking. I didn't like it.
Well,
I love the fiend, like fiend, but I think my favorite is Hexblade, probably.
Yeah, well,
Which is like actually weirdly
that's
weak.
really because it's the spell sword, the best spell sword in the game.
I think it's second best.
I don't think the Eldritch Knight is as good.
Weirdly enough, I think it's just like wizard with like armor and weapon proficiencies is better.
Sure, but that work is like a Green Blade or something.
It's just like I think it's just the way it works out. Or like no, sorry, it's sorcerer with armor and weapon proficiency. That one gets crazy.
Yes, that I can say because you get twin spell.
Quick spell.
Quick spell would be ridiculous.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
I want to see a Chronomancer in the game.
Time is really tough for any role-playing game to do it.
Not really. You just impose speed disadvantages on it.
No, I mean when you get to your capstone abilities, then when you're like, it reaches the territory where it becomes scary for me.
Not really. You just give it like the equivalent of a fucking wish spell. It's not the end of the world.
It's a real scary
You let
place
them
to be.
time travel to change one thing, like once a month kind of thing.
Well, no, it's
The face that you started to make when you said once a month, when you said once a month, and I said the face I made was just like, oh crap.
the thing is that you have like free reign as a GM to just screw him over because it's just like butterfly effect. Oh, you saved that one person's life. Well,
But you left the door open, so someone died that was supposed to die.
you go back and you save the noble woman that needed to be saved. Cool. But now 2 of your party members are missing limbs.
Yeah,
Because that's the repercussion for changing this. You don't know how they lost the limb because you don't physically have that memory, but they do.
yeah. So
Well, that's not your problem.
but that's a capstone ability. That'd be cool.
It would be really cool. It would really reward the player being a sociopath. It's just like, but I wanted to, in terms of games, like I'm going to run this meme game. I want to run that serious game, and then I want to run an isekai game really bad, like super bad, like you play a regular ass person and you end up in a fantasy world, right? And you get like hero level abilities in this fantasy world, and you got to do whatever the hell that is.
Okay, so that's like Overlord.
Yeah, which is like Overlord is an isekai basically.
Okay.
And I wanted to try to like institute.
The tail of a feathered dinosaur was found around the wizard.
And I wanted to like lean on like earlier and other systems for like side abilities, right? So like there was an old alternative character building system for when you don't have enough players called Gestalt, right? And it's back. It was printed in Unearthed Arcana back in 3.5, where you would take technical portioned levels of other classes while you're leveling in your main class,
Okay.
and it was insane. It was ridiculous. And like using stuff like that to like make you into that crazy existence, right? And players do whatever the hell they want with that. There's just like there's like sure narrative, but like it's really up to the players to decide what they want with that. Of course, you'd be coming as regular as people. You know what I mean?
I was working on an RPG. I was making this huge world, and I just like haven't been interested in it.
Me too.
I had 12 fleshed out classes. I had so many fucking species.
Yeah.
And I was adding more classes too.
Was this a D20 style game?
It was a D20 style game. It was like your first 5 levels were standard across the board for all things, and then each class broke down into 3 subclasses depending on like what you wanted to do.
Feels like very, very fourth ed sort of.
Yeah, so like, like you only got feats up to level 15. At level 15, you then choose one of the 2 paths you didn't take, and you start working down that path.
Cool.
So like you can't multi-class, but you get like pretty much like dual classing in one class.
Yeah, you get 2 archetypes of some kind, which is neat.
So the class that had the most work on it was Mercenary, who
I feel like there's a million different flavors.
Well, because like so, the Mercenary, like the whole point of that was like your focus was combat. Like you get an upgrade for your suit because there was like 5 classes of suits and whatnot. It went from I forgot what it was. The lightest armor was called. I think it was called body. I think it was just called body armor, and then it went all the way up to Titan, which is like
super
heavy,
like Doom God Plus.
It's like super heavy body armor, right? So like the Mercenary was kind of your mid grade, so he was like able to use up to like heavy armor and whatnot, not super armor. Powered. That's what the highest end was. The highest end was powered. So he was able to wear heavy armor and whatnot. Oh no! He was able to wear medium armor. And then the 3 branches for the Mercenary were gun enthusiast, weapon enthusiast, demolition enthusiast, and armor enthusiast. So like if you went down the weapon enthusiast, you got a upgrade for your suit that gave you access to a shoulder mounted cannon.
Okay, cool.
If you went the armor enthusiast, you were able to you're able to design a heavier suit for a jetpack. So you can use a jetpack for medium and heavy level armor because you also get access to heavy level armor as a armor enthusiast. And then demolition enthusiast, your grenade and bomb stuff do more damage. So you get like a mortar launcher on your shoulder too.
Yeah, I want to make like a Demolition Man reference here about like 3 shells or some shit. But
Yeah.
Noted. yeah. I wasn't sure what I wanted to grab for, so it's fine. I just figured I'd just call attention.
So like our bard was called a disc jockey.
Okay, yeah, sure.
So it was kind of, and like his 3 paths were
vapes. No.
Vapes. Well, his 3 paths were like music, music, news, and survival podcast like thing.
Yeah. Okay.
So like the news kind of gave you like a heads up on the area and whatnot, and like it was like very much utility based. The music was it gave benefits to like combat and stuff like that, and it gave benefits to like
so
like resting and whatnot.
Yeah. So I have a thing about that. Yeah. I have a real like so. Yeah, I'll tell you about it later. Yeah, continue.
But it was also built for combat too, so it's like you can use sound as a weapon, kind of thing.
Hey, Lucio's.
Yeah.
Lucio's.
And then the survival one was that was actually the healing one. Like it was learning through how to deal with the wilderness and whatnot. We had some. Like we had the standard classes, you know, and all that, and then we had like some out there classes. Like
there's so much room for design space.
We had frontiersmen because this was all in outer space.
Yeah.
We had a frontiersman who his 3 paths were, one was domestication. So like you would get like an animal that would be like close to the planet and everything, and you kind of use that as
Alien sheep herder. Yeah.
kind of
A
thing.
nerf herder. Yeah.
Yeah, so there was that, but then we also had terraforma, which he could change the environment, like he had machines and stuff.
All
that would
right,
change
so I
the
was hoping you
environment.
were going to do the anime one, the manga one, the anime one, where it's basically like a wild shape that mimics the actual abilities of that thing. So if you transform into the ant, like you get that 50-to-1 strength ratio.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Which is like impossible to balance.
No, but they're we'll get there in a moment.
Please tell me this combat drugs guy.
No, there weren't juicers. There weren't juicers.
All right, it's fine.
That was kind of like something we were looking into.
Yeah.
The other frontiersman was weather control.
Sweet.
So you could like ionize, like make a tiny storm and whatnot. The scientists, like there was a physics science, there was genetics, and or biological and chemistry. The biological did stuff with mutations. The physics one did stuff with time and gravity and stuff like that. And then the chemistry one was controlling a lot of the wildlife and stuff like that.
Sweet.
Like we went really crazy with it. We started developing a class that solely was in a powered armor, like a specialized suit of armor that is heavier than powered armor kind of thing, like walking tanks and shit like that. And we broke it down into actually making it more or less a EMS vehicle.
Okay.
So like it broke down into the branches of firefighter, medic, EMT, or police officer kind of thing, and it went down that path. So it wasn't like a war vehicle and whatnot. It was supposed to be used as an EMS thing.
But I feel like there's a place for that in like futuristic war, right?
Oh, yeah.
I feel like there's a place for that.
It was like the Ed 2000 or whatever it was.
Yeah, 209.
Ed 209.
Yeah.
Well, no, it makes sense that you would point it at directly being like an emergency service vehicle, and it
It
wouldn't.
feels really Shadowrunning, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like the super ambulance.
Yeah.
Our team's medic got his ambulance done, blowed up. It was great. Burning Point Edge to live, terrible.
Ouch.
Yeah.
I felt that. Oh man.
You know, my Mondays are open now. Maybe I gotta assist them to learn.
Yeah. It's a good game.
Yeah.
It's a good game. The one thing you gotta remember is that guns still kill you.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so
Yeah.
good.
I understand that.
Tasers are good, man. Also, trank arrows are real good. You can really overflow someone bad with it.
Big thing in our game was melee is not a thing.
Yeah.
Because it makes like it's a thing, but like it doesn't do like crazy damage or whatnot.
Yeah. I just feel like in a world with guns, it's probably just better to shoot people.
Yeah. So like we were pretty heavy-handed in like saying no. There was one class that had melee stuff, but that's because it was a specialized class.
Yeah.
Like we had the melee assassin and whatnot, the future assassin, because it's a trope in you know, cyber ninjas and shit like that. It's a trope. So in a space opera fantasy thing, like I don't want to not give someone that option.
Yeah. Somebody wants to play Gamora, you let them play Gamora.
Right. So you know, like one of their upgrades was monomolecular blades. So like that's a dangerous thing to give people.
Yes.
You can cut through anything with it. So.
Yeah, people will make holes wherever they damn well please and traverse wherever they want, and you're going to be like, wow, I didn't expect that. I put a hallway there.
Well, the other thing, it was like an end closer to the end level upgrade though, because it ionized the air when it cut through it.
Yeah.
So like it would leave lightning strikes and shit as it cut through
I
it.
don't know what we'd give you. It wouldn't be much though.
A lot of the stuff was like suit level upgrades, and you could buy.
I got
So
from somebody
like
else assembled.
our stat
And I
upgrades,
thought it'd be
you know, like level 4
feasible to
stat
be able
upgrades,
to get
our
a
stat
server
upgrades
if you
where
were
you
consider
could increase
Maintain
stats,
as it is would
or
be a
you
pain in the
can
ass. It'd be easier for me
you
to.
can get a new
Well,
technology
the
for
way
your
I
suit.
was
So
playing
you
the
use tech as
I
like
never
on yourself.
it's easier to
So
keep
like
it as like
alert
did.
stuff was like that.
That's cool.
Um,
I mean, worst case scenario is that you could run
how we did
an
leveling up is you
Exacto
got
down the
extra
force,
points
the
because
seams around
instead
the
of
edge,
20,
and peel it apart.
ours went
It literally
1 to 50.
goes together like a goddamn.
And every 5 was a like mod change.
Yeah.
And
I
whatnot.
also
So
just
like
don't have the.
you know like 25 was our starting point for all stats.
It's
We had 7 stats.
probably
instead of 6.
more cost effective.
Like, so it starts at 25, and if you could get
Eventually
it
using it or
to
trying it.
40, you start earning deets.
Yeah.
So there was like 3 levels of like.
There's a lot of buckets to dip into here.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
pretty
yeah.
neat. I like it.
So,
So, for reference, I love anything you can tinker with. Like anything where you can go in and be like, what's all the cool things?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
forget about if it's good or not. Like, what's the cool thing we can do that we wanted to
so,
do?
like again,
Like-
that was like something big. There were
Yeah.
4 nations, 4 stellar nations, and there was a very fringe piece going on right there because the 2 big ones went to war with each other because they just realized that the other existed and there was a genocide that happened and whatnot. And yeah.
Turkey?
So those they were the base shore. The base shore. So all right, humanity and everything. We're kind of just starting to explore our own solar system and whatnot, and the ship appears right above Titan, and we're like, "Well, what the fuck is that?" So we all get like hyper nervous and everything, and like we kind of fly
As
over.
humanity should if aliens like that ever show up.
So,
'Cause, like, you're gonna get enslaved.
We're looking at the
It's
ship
happened
and we're
every
like,
time.
yeah, the weapons on this thing would just annihilate us.
Yeah.
But there's only one. We could probably win this fight. And the other thing that was weird about it was it looked alive. So they wound up kicking it in, and it was like the first jump, the first test of this alien species for
Faster than light travel.
Interstellar travel.
Okay.
So they did it and everything, but unfortunately it was way too taxing and it killed their ship. And this species, they're called the Fulthidans. They're very squid-like and whatnot.
Okay.
But their whole thing is their entire society, everything is alive, literally.
Okay, awesome.
So
their
like,
coffee maker's alive?
their coffee maker is
So,
alive. And
so
everything.
every morning they're eating something's urine or poop.
Exactly. It's been genetically modified for whatever thing, because that's how
awesome.
they do. Their
That's
whole
how they
thing
do.
is
They genetically engineered giants. I'm sorry. That was
they
me.
genetically engineered themselves. Like
Yeah.
one of if you pick this as your race and everything, one of the things is like, how did you modify yourself? Did you give yourself a carapace, which would give you a bonus to your defense and whatnot? Or did you give yourself a 3rd set of lungs? Because they have air-breathing lungs and water-breathing lungs. So maybe you wanted to get like ink sacs in your throat or something like that. So like
Or a toxin filter or something.
Right.
Or, whatever it is. Yeah, I like tinkering.
So
it's cool.
the females were actually the warriors in that society, and the males were kind of like the engineers and everything. So males got benefits to intelligence, whereas females got benefits to it's called fortitude.
Okay.
So intellect, not intelligence. Intellect. So that was kind of how their society was, and they had this like blue tint to their skin and everything. Well, one of the other options for the race and everything was redskin Fultidan. Now, redskin Fultidans live deep by.
Did they go 6 inches faster on the table because they were red?
Go away.
No, I'm not. I'm still here.
So the reason why they're red is because when you're in water so deep, that sunlight can't penetrate. Red is actually equivalent to stealth.
Yeah.
So they had red skin because they look so deep under the water. They also have better cones in their eyes, so they can see darker colors. Because that was the thing in the game. Like depending on what kind of cones you had in your eyes, you could see different things. Right. So you could either see infrared or.
Would you be worse at other forms of light reception?
Yes. Yeah. It's possible that.
Yeah, because I couldn't imagine your body being so adapted to light sensitivity ranges.
There was no species that had perfect eyes.
Yeah.
So there was that.
Incidentally, half your party is blind no matter what.
Yeah. So.
Put the goggles on. They do nothing.
Well, it's like that's how we justify dark vision.
Yeah.
So like yes, you can get like a
Dark
visor
vision's
over
nuts.
your like night vision visor or something like that. But so you could pick a red skill type item, but they're so rare outside on the surface and everything that they kind of just become mercenaries. So like they're stronger and more formidable than the blue skin variety, but the blue skin variety is like more civilized culture. And then there's the rare purple ones that have a parent of each and everything, and they're hated. They're completely hated. Like they are essentially the half elves. Yeah. Like the red skins are the dark elves, blue skins are the high elves, and
and then the bastard child.
In my head going on right now.
What's that?
It's in like parallel to a apartheid.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that was the first thing. So humanity then, like, we start working on our own interstellar travel. We developed these things called the warp ledges. Okay. We could only develop 5 of them. So we because the other thing we developed outside of them were warp engines. So we take 5 warp engines and the 5 warp ledges, and what we do is we split them up into this big pyramid that encases 20 bucks a pop. Did I say it encases all of the Milky Way? I think it did. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It encases 20,000 stars. Okay. So it's a big pyramid that encases 20,000 stars and everything. And then nobody ever hears from those ships again because they could only use the warp engine once and then set up the warp ledges. What the warp ledges do is they allow anybody who has access to them to just punch in codes. It opens up a portal and you can just drive through the portal. So what it does is inside, it's like a big computer and everything. You just type in a code and whatnot and you can warp everywhere, anywhere. The thing is there's fail safes in it, so you can't warp like right above a planet and stuff like that. You can't warp within star system and everything. But no ship then has FTL engines because the strain is just too much and it's an impossibility.
So it's a total tech skip, and then the piece in between is super neat.
Yeah. So some of the like end game abilities for the physics guy was giving him access to like miniaturized warp ledges and whatnot that he could just walk through them and stuff like that. You also need to be traveling. The other thing was you can only be traveling a certain speed while going through them, so you can't like open up a portal, then shoot all your missiles, and then close the portal. Yeah, you know, it's just not how it works. So
it takes like that. There's a couple of minutes for the translation of you to the warp space.
So that's how I did FTL. Anyway, so like humanity did this, and we're like, okay, now we kind of have to start exploring the stars and whatnot because like we don't know what the fuck is out there. So we start expanding a little bit, and then we come across a species called the Charade, which are like they're like. I think I said, no, that's way too big. 10 feet. 10 feet tall. Because I was saying 10 meters. I was like, no, idiot, that's 30 feet.
You'd be like 3.5 meters.
This metrics okay. It's okay.
Yeah. So they're like 10 feet tall and whatnot. When we got to their planet, they were around like the 1500s in terms of like relative like technology. So there's diamond rain on their planet. They're like essentially giant lizard gorillas. Think of like crocodile gorillas. That's kind of like the best way to describe these guys. Nice. So there's diamond rain on their planet, and water is so scarce on their planet, and the radiation is so immense on their planet that like they built these like really thick scales all over their body and everything that are like 3 inches thick and gives them.
I think I would Loxodon Paladin some shit personally. Yeah. I'm an elephant man, deal with me.
I feel like the party just like patronizes you with peanuts.
Oh no! See, the key is that you're not a Silencia Paladin, you're a Boros Paladin. Oh, you're gonna patronize me with a peanut? You know, it's kind of within my structure to break your neck.
Yeah.
I'm still acting inside my code. Sorry.
Fight to the death.
So we and there's like this big political argument, like should we interfere with them or not? So we do.
Of course we do.
Because we're human.
Because we're human.
Because we're humans. If there's one thing we're good at, it's screwing things up.
Yeah. So we do, but and like they start referring to us as gods and everything, and like whoa, no. So then we break.
You come up with a giant ship in the sky, and humanity didn't think about that.
Their planet is a moon to a gas giant.
Yeah.
So they only get sun like every so often, kind of. No, actually, they get sun often because they roll vertically.
Yeah.
But they don't get a lot of. So we land and everything, and we make friends with like their king and whatnot, and they're like we like foster peace summits and everything. And we kind of uplift them, so they regard us as like the greatest thing in the world. So they actually start naming all their young human names. So
Pittsburgh.
like it's stuff like that. Like one of their leaders, his first name is Vladimir.
Yeah.
But like his last name is like this crazy alien pun and shit like that. So like they're super thankful for bringing us into galactic society and everything. But these are also people like one of the things for their race was they get an ancestral weapon.
Yeah.
So their ancestral weapon is usually like a diamond claymore because that's what they did because they wound up being forge masters for using diamond to build everything because it was so abundant.
Yeah.
It was raining. It was literally raining from the sky and everything. It was the only thing that was able to cut through their skins. So additionally, after all that, we had robots that we call mules.
Yeah.
And they kind of started gaining sentience and everything.
Because yes, this happens all the time.
Right. So like we start getting like really nervous about them and everything. And like of course, it's like, oh, we need to shut them all down and blah blah blah. And it came down to the wire of like all the robots were kind of listening to one guy and whatnot, and he calls him. He's like, my name is Axiom 001.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm gonna be the first of us and everything. Like, you need to understand that like everything in your history says this was gonna happen, and in every single thing you've killed us all. He's like, let's spare the violence. We'll take a planet, we'll go find our own planet, and let us build our own society, and let us have a partnership. Like you've fostered this thing called the Coalition of Intelligent Beings with these alien races and everything. Why can't you accept that for us too and everything? So like a rogue splinter group tried to suicide bomb the thing and whatnot, but it winds up failing, and sure enough, like they give them the okay. So this new species kind of evolves and like joins the coalition too. So those are the four of them. They go to this planet system they call Arclight, and it was kind of like this going to be like this first of its kind colony for the coalition and everything, where like they were, all the species and everything were working together to design like this was going to be their own world kind of thing. Like it's been Earth for so long that it's like, okay, we need a new central system of government. Yeah, so they start putting it together and everything, but what they don't know is it's in what is called the Vaishal Empire. So they come in and they just start slaughtering everybody, and a ragtag group of kind of renegade pilots and everything, they kind of band together and try to like fight them off, and they hold off the brunt of the Vaishal Empire for long enough for the largest ship that's ever been created to come in, and of course it's a human-made ship.
Because bigger is better.
We have the best military in the galaxy. That's what I will say. But like, all right. So like, one of the things about being a human in this campaign is like, you're struggling with the fact that you're no longer a peaceful race, and like, you kind of are giving back to those roots of just being the primal like warfighter and everything that like humanity has based its entire history on, and you gave it all up when you started to like. That was like one of the major components of like, this alien ship is here and it can kill all of us. Let's not kill it. Let's try to like talk and whatnot. Maybe they're not here to kill us, kind of thing. So like, there were centuries of like that kind of thought process, and it kind of like you get rid of the violent past, but it's still so it starts rearing its head again after Arclight. So because it's the first time we had interstellar combat, so they hold off long enough for the SUNS Atlas, which dreadnoughts are the largest ship type.
Yeah.
All right, this is so large they called it a new thing. This is called a War Mother.
Yeah.
So it's the SUNS Atlas, which is systems of the United Nations ship. So that comes in and it just wipes the Bayshore out. Bayshore have never felt defeated.
Yeah.
So like their entire empire, it's just victory after victory after victory, and like their warriors are like the most elite in the galaxy and everything, and like
really big ship.
Really big ship.
Oh shit!
They've never seen anything like. After that, they started developing their own, and we're building a bigger one called the Yggdrasil. That is going to use all of.
We're just gonna put a planet with engines.
That's essentially what it's going to be. It's like everybody in the thing. So the Bayshore Empire, they very rarely allow. Every single race under the Bayshore Empire is a slave race.
Yeah.
And it's very rare that they've been allowed to kind of grow at all, especially in the military and everything, because Bayshore have a very strong military history and everything. So the first planet they ever conquered, there was this lizard species called the Adonerdon. So the Adonerdon had a very Aztec-y feel and whatnot to them and whatnot. And they just they tried to mount a resistance and whatnot, and they just couldn't. They got crushed. But also, the way their planet was set up was it was very toxic. So there was very hot lands and whatnot. So there was some of them that are more heat resistant. There's very toxic swamp lands and everything. On the poles are actually these crazy swamp lands and whatnot. The equator, I think, was just completely barren. It was just completely unlivable and stuff. So but they were the first species brought into the fold under the Bayshore Empire. They were known as the first slaves and whatnot. So their leaders are all known as slave lords. So they're obviously one of the first species that kind of have been able to work their way up the ladder and whatnot. They have a stronger presence, and some of the Adonerdon outrank the Bayshore, which is now it's like a whoa, what the fuck? The Bayshore are also very bird-like and very predatory, you ever see what was that movie? Atlantis? No, Titan AE.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, that chick, that bird chick with the long legs, like that, only standing completely erect, all the time. So that was the idea of the Bayshore. So they bring the Adonerdon into the fold and everything, and they bring in two other species. One are called the Halvations, which are a jellyfish people who each colony of Halvations is its own entity.
Yeah.
So even though there's 50 or so jellyfish together and everything, collectively they form a consciousness and they get a powered suit and everything.
Okay.
Because when the Bayshore took over their planet and everything, they kind of just pushed them all into a suit and whatnot and gave them control of the suit. It's very painful for the Halvations, but the Halvations, they view the Bayshore as gods and everything, and they're very devoutly religious. So
I'm just working on the backpack right now.
The suit and will fight blindly for the Bayshore. Then there was a fourth taxidermy race that never got fully fleshed out yet.
So, question for this game: what were your steps to push it forward to the next step?
There was still so much ground.
It could have been done in one session, but I've been streaming every step of the way on this. So, I couldn't finish it up last week, so I needed to wait and do that.
Are these custom figures?
Yeah, those are all.
That I paid for someone to design and print for me, and these ones I chopped together from various Boba Fetts.
What Fett did you buy?
6.
Yeah, I actually have to go through them and green stuff the dent in the helmet on all of them, so they're not all Boba Fett.
So that's where all the Boba Fetts went.
Yeah, I bought a lot.
And cobbled them together into other. It's a good thing they're all on the same scale.
Well, that's why I.
Could you imagine it was like a slightly different scale? It's just like a bulbous arm for no reason.
This one is very slightly different. But it's because he's
So this is
taller.
the printed one?
Yeah.
You mind if I?
Yeah, please. I paid somebody $115 to design it and print it for me.
Really cool.
Yeah, it came out awesome. I want to cosplay that, so I want to figure out how to put that together. And I think once the colors,
I like that backpack.
I love it. I
This
love
one
it.
is yours?
Yeah.
Dave, you doing all of them?
Yeah.
Oh, look, he's got Chewie's bowcaster.
Yep. He ripped off.
Thank
He
you.
tore the Wookiee's arm off and everything. And
That
just
little feet
like
things.
chopped up a Wookiee. Look,
That
look,
little-
check out
Holy
his
shit,
cape.
yeah, you did.
He has a cape.
Hey,
Skin cape.
Oh shit, I can see through the cape. There's a fucking hole through there.
He actually has a Wookiee's arm.
Yeah. It was the only Wookiee it was the only character that had a left arm holding the bowcaster, so I could put a right arm there and everything holding the trigger.
So when I go through to do the green stuff work on that one, like the fur is going to be made more complete to make it look more like a pelt.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a buildup of fur around the back of his neck. Probably going to bring that fur down his right shoulder a bit to make it a more complete. Here's the rope.
I'm so excited.
There's actually a hole.
I'm excited to do that one.
There's a hole in the cape.
All right.
If you look through, it's easier to see from the front. If you look right where the arm is, you can see right through.
Oh yeah, that's
okay.
actually pretty cool.
It's pretty crazy.
One of the healing classes was a botanist. Who, their whole job was to steal blood from the enemy and give it back to your team as health.
Wouldn't that be dangerous as hell though?
Yeah. No.
Your blood is entirely replaced with I don't know.
I mean,
liquid helium.
But the gun they would use would cleanse
Alright. It'd be really cool if it didn't.
I mean, you could have it so they could turn it off.
So you could do it you could have a mixed squad that you're fighting, and you just swap two people's blood and they're both down.
It cleanses it and whatnot. Well, it turns it into a healing solid.
Yeah, you do that for your friends, but then you start using it on your enemies.
Swapping them.
Yeah. You just give them space aids.
Nice. Nice.
Sit down, Carlo.
What you do is you gotta keep one disease slave point.
Oh God.
You're being all fancy.
So when you died in the game too, you died.
Yeah.
That was it. You're not allowed to bring your character back. You can get clones, and depending on how much you pay a month, kind of thing, you get a different tier.
You fight him for that.
So you want to go?
DeCarlo,
That's mine.
DeCarlo is so bad. What's that? It's DeCarlo.
All right.
Oh God.
What are you working on today?
My bad.
DeCarlo.
Imperial Sultan.
Neat.
Yeah, I screw around trying to make a system right. Really a D6 type to be more open for fantasy play.
Okay.
Right, because it's so tech heavy that it's really difficult to move it into.
Well, the thing is that the tech in Shadowrun is so advanced, it is magic of its own right.
It's hard to then in a real world say how some of that shit works.
Yeah, but there's ways around it. You just need to learn the right verbiage.
It depends on what kind of world you want. Right? If you want it to be a true low fantasy world, right? It's medieval. It's really difficult to then justify for some world mechanic.
Imperial Salt, Tress, what are the fuck are those things?
Oh, I never opened that box.
Yeah, the little tall.
Yeah, I never opened it. I had it.
She's bad.
Bad? Oh.
You need a primer?
What?
Primer?
My name is Will.
I got the paint up.
I really the more effect I wanted to do was in the nerd world, right? Beyond anime and manga, there's a lot of stories, right? Light novels. I'm super into light novels, right? Super into light novels, right? So I wanted to have this game where
Jump outside.
Sure.
I love doing glazes. It makes life so much easier when you have shit pre-shaded.
Come on, okay. Hooray, it's not dry. And mine is like half dry. So do you have any idea how to unfuck a can of primer, do you? Or paint on primer?
It's on now. You can try adding like drops of water and see if that helps.
It's separated.
It's separated?
Okay, the bottom is solid and the top is just
You can just like shove a mixing stick in there and kind of hope it works. But I don't know. It may not. Well, you just dried black. That sucks. So unfortunately, I kind of screwed up the glaze and put it on too heavy. The trick with glazing is that whatever's underneath, you're supposed to see through a little bit. Now, I don't know if the pre-shading was too heavy on the gun, and it just ended up becoming one color now,
okay.
or if I put the glaze on too heavy and it became one color. Which is not a big deal because I just painted a black gun black, right? But it also means I need to go and
Redo it, basically?
well, I just need to do the highlights instead of let it do it naturally.
I don't think there's any salvaging this, is there?
Rest in pepperoni.
Hey, so your black primer.
It's right there.
That's too fucking long.
It happens.
Oh, it sucks. I can't get it anymore.
Oh, did GW stop making the brush on?
They start making the fucking Imperial primer. I have no fucking idea.
Your other option's Gesso.
What?
Gesso.
Oh, yeah. There are other brands, but we don't get them. Unless our parents.
I don't think Art Guarantor has a brush on.
Because they have all the rounds. Okay, great. Yeah. Come on, teams, listen. Pre-order.
Hold on, I can grab one for you real quick. Sorry? Underneath you. I hide the fucking things.
You're in a chance to play. It's a lot of fun.
Thank you, let me borrow this. I'll be right back. No
You
problem.
almost anything. You can't do teleport, you can't time travel. The only two things you can't do in the game.
That's also the two things that like you shouldn't be allowed to do.
Yeah, like they actually, and there's actually no flying via magic. Technically. There you can levitate yourself, but it's really slow. Like it's
Then you levitate real high, and you find a way to get forward momentum, and you glide. It's not really flying.
Technically, if you have like one of those squirrel suits, you can do it. I'm going to elevate myself to the top of this super skyscraper. It's going to take me like an hour to do it, but I'll do it. And then release the spell and whoop, fly.
So one of the abilities I wanted to have was like when you hit like high fire mastery was to create an effective lightning cross effect, where you become like this like repellent shield due to extreme heat warping the area, like that kind of shit. Like I wanted like the real capstone abilities that you get, or like the EX abilities, to really fuck up the game hard, you know. And I just like put it all across like anime and whatever, and be like, "This is your ability, deal with it." I feel like that would be like a fun game to get a lot of people to play. It might be a little too granular, you know, with so many abilities.
I love how this came out. This is my Mandalorian costume when I can ever get around to doing that.
Yeah.
Flamethrower was going to be a lot bigger. The bottle for the flamethrower is going to be a lot bigger.
You're a big dude. It's really easy to do those things.
It's going to be the same. There's going to be a sword on the end of that. Changed the front of the gun up a little bit, so it's not just like laser cannon over there. Because I wanted those to be like little Gatling cannons, kind of like the Mandalorian starfighters' arms. So that didn't translate well, but I don't care because it still looks fucking good. This is going to be a Death Trooper squad. I love this. I love. I was able to use the ATRT's flame gun to put a canister on his backpack for the flamethrower.
Hey, buddy, your keys. It's gonna get blown up.
Oh yeah. Can't wait for Death Troopers. I feel like they're going to be the best special forces unit in the game. Because they're pretty fucking savage. But they're expensive as all sin.
At some point, I want to finish all these games. Like, just try and find a group that'll play. Like the RPG game, like I'd be like, all right, whatever, you can play that. Like it's not hard to get people. Like, yeah, you want to animate those? Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Like it's not hard.
I work nights. That's the thing that sucks. Like I want to go do all this shit, but like I only have 2 days a week to do it. Actually, I have a third day off this week, but I feel like I have to do something.
I have a proper undocumented 4 hours a day. So I have like an inordinately large amount of time to be one with thoughts.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
At first, I was just playing a lot of Final Fantasy 14, and then I was like, wow, I have a lot of gear. Fuck.
I still have a bunch of MSQ to finish.
I have finished all MSQ, and I am eye level almost 400.
Jesus.
And
you
once I hit that, I ripped through it. I mean, I breezed through like thousands of people here. Like, and now I'm just kind of like, I don't really want to raid. And realization is, I just wanted to play the game and get the experience in. I really didn't want to raid.
I'm not gonna lie.
I don't have it in me that much of a hard out.
See, that's just it. Like I
I
cannot.
thought I did. I did.
I cannot sit down and do what Rob Kane did, which was, or what
Or
you
Connell.
or Connell. Like, hey guys, like, well, first off, I got it out of me in WoW, right?
I realized I never got it out of me, and then I'm really glad I didn't try to. Because I just like don't want to be that angry and stressed out all the time trying to have fun with a hobby. Like,
Yeah. So
I don't want
for I've come to that general realization as playing MMOs of like I'm okay with being behind the curve in gear. I want to play that story. I want to enjoy things with my friends. That is way more important to me than being a progression raider.
Yeah.
I can't do it. I can't do it anymore. I did it in WoW, and I just cannot. I'm not going to do it in
I just
14.
can't get wiped for hours again for dumb shit. I can't do that.
Right.
It's not fun.
No, it's
Oh,
not.
I didn't. I
The
enjoyed it.
opposite fun. Like,
Learning the shit was entertaining.
and
I never played
it's like
WoW, I never
encountering
did
like
any of
people who don't want to learn and want to act like they do. You know, it's like the worst.
I guess I had a decent enough group.
You had a very good group. But for me, it is more about the experience with my friends than it is about doing it. So
And
I
that's
don't.
why I want to play D&D again.
Yeah,
More often.
I get it. I completely get it.
It's really hard to try to get my Friday group together too. It's just everyone's like super busy, and I'm like, I don't know if I just want to dump it or not, and just like try again. Yeah.
No, I'm generally free most nights. So except Monday.
Yeah.
That's the night I fight you.
Fun night. Yeah. I really like I have an intro down for I have to work out like all the factions and stuff still, and I'm just like having a hard time because I don't have like a group on deck to be like, we're gonna do this. You know, like we're gonna give a shit about who's marquee or who's next in line to inherit. You know what I mean? We're gonna give a shit about that. You know.
Hey, DeCarlo, do you want to play a more a fantasy-oriented, a fantasy game that is more politically oriented than just Slay the Dragon?
Like it's gonna have standard adventuring shit.
It's but like we
Say
care,
no.
but we care about it like realm politics. Like, oh, hey, if we do this quest, it makes this guy look bad, so this guy that we're backing looks better.
Yeah. The only thing is the intro revolves around you getting hired by the richest spoiled motherfucker ever, and whatever you do will determine what he's gonna end out like.
Oh,
So it just
wait, my big dumb
like
barbarian?
politics?
I forgot. He had a
DeCarlo's my friend.
He had,
So like that dude could be like a good governor or not, or a despotic tyrant, depending on like what you influence him to do.
Right.
And sometimes it might not be optimal to finish the quest properly because it means that he's going to go on this downward spiral path. Like,
but he had a gnome who was his voice.
oh yeah,
Yeah, because he was just big and dumb and held the axe, and the gnome spoke for him and everything, kind of like
Master Blaster kind of deal.
Barbarian Kane, which is what I was going for.
Yeah.
You know, those old wrestling shits.
Yeah.
No, but I'm actually dying to play a game with DeCarlo. He's a really good GM, and so like. But half the reason I hang out on Saturday night while you guys are playing is just to listen in at your shenanigans.
Yeah, I really want to run a game. Proper game.
Everybody's got a little captain on.
It's very difficult to get like excited about a game that you don't think you're going to be able to actually get good for.
I don't know. Like I like.
It's hard.
It's like I have a game that's very political based. The world is, so the world was created by Ymir and Gaia. They created the 9 moons, the 8 moons, and then the 8 both themselves died and made Earth.
Yeah.
So there are 2 sets of gods. There's the Aesir and the Vanir, or better known as the Olympians, and they kind of like are feuding over like who's better. And I'm like, hey, humans should worship us only. No, humans should worship us only. So in the north you have all the Vikings and everything. In the south you have all the Greeks. And every 5 years, when the sun aligns, the moons and blah blah blah, the forces collide. But like you have elves like from Alfheim and whatnot up one of the moons and whatnot. There's chains that come down from one of the moons to the planet and everything because they're an ancient war where like the elves fought on Earth and everything. Like there's millions of years of history that happened before everything. No magic. There's the only magic users are these like really unheard of like sect of people called Kemet, which is surrounding the two continents, but nobody kind of knows about it because they were the first humans there, and the gods are like, "Yo, well, we gave you magic. We're sorry. We need to take it back." And they're like, "Nope, spells." And the gods are like, "Glass," and the humans are like, "Invisible." And the gods are like, "All right, we got them. They're gone. They don't have visibility magic, clearly." So the gods fuck off from there, and the Kemets are just like, "Yeah, we're gonna keep building and everything. We're gonna build our society. You know, fuck you." So like every so often, a Kemet will show up, and that's how your sorcerers and warlocks and wizards and whatnot can come into the campaign. There's also two sects of human that don't believe in the gods. One believes in the body, and those are more like samurai style kind of things, and others believe in the mind, which is all steampunk and stuff like that. So you can have these like weird show ups of like this gunslinger, this steampunk gunslinger showing up and working with the samurai, who's also working alongside of a Viking, who's also working alongside of a legionnaire, and they like form this mercenary company.
I feel like you're like setting up a new age Magnificent Seven.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I get down.
I've been building.
You're rolling to town, a dusty outlet.
Been building the map on that, and I've been working out all the like, because the Greeks rule more like a kingdom kind of thing. So you know, like you have the one central capital and whatnot, and then like all the cities and have to pay homage to that. And the Norse have more of a tribal band, so there's 7 leaders who like each specialize in a special thing that the other 6 guys need and everything. So they kind of like have this like working.
That just tells me I want to like disrupt that balance.
Of course. Well, the Greeks would come up and like conquer everything, and then the Olympians would win and like kill off the Asgardians and shit. So like that means you're turning the campaign like the whole thing is like the start of the campaign. You know, yes, you have all this history and whatnot, and you're designing your characters. Certain classes can only be from certain areas. Like you can't be a barbarian and be from the Greek Isles. That's not how that works. You know, like you're going to be, if you want to be a barbarian, the only way you can do it is if you go Viking and whatnot. But if you choose Viking, you get different upgrades, and like because Goliaths are Vikings and whatnot, so they're not actually Goliaths; they're just big ass dudes. So that like that's a whole thing. But it starts like right at the cusp of one of the wars and whatnot, and you get an offer to fight for the Viking side, and you get an offer to fight for the Greek side. And the group that they're like comparable. So the group decides like who they choose to fight for. That's kind of where your campaign starts and whatnot.
Yeah. I really want to do like sort of like internal struggle of the kingdom kind of deal. I really want to do that. Who inherits? Who inherits? It really matters. Can you piss off the populace when you inherit it? That matters.
See, and that's why you need to set up the sub-plans of, hey, I can come and take over this entire thing by toppling this dynasty. I just gotta make sure that the shithead gets in power. So I get the shithead in power, and then I'm the hero for murdering him. And then I'm in power.
But he's got to be
an
an ineffectual tyrant. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, that's
like if
that's
you
why
accidentally get the one who's good at it, you're like, oh shit, I just created a problem.
Right, and that's the delicate
See, I would want to
balance.
be the tyrant in that. I would be, if it's allowed, I'd be the Warforged pike fighter, and slowly make myself invincible, and then try to like encourage an army to come up and circumvent everybody and be like military junta, yeah.
I want like 3rd century Chinese level politics, like that level of like who's killing who, like what plot is going on, like yeah.
And then be Warforged to be immune to disease. Like, aha, this cup of poison is delicious.
I've done a lot of like just like watching videos about like Romance of the Kingdoms, like what is fantasy and like what is recorded as happening.
Yeah.
There's like 3 different versions of the damn thing.
I know.
And, like, turns out Luke was a cannibal.
I believe that.
Because he got held in for 3 months at like a mountain pass that had no food they could forage whatsoever. So they went there for an entire winter and they were forced into cannibalism to survive. Yeah. and he's like lauded as like the great king, right?
He is the great king, clearly.
Just eating people.
Well, you're dying for the cause. My life matters more than yours.
There was like a good portion of troops that cannibalized at that point too.
Whatever. The armor gives it a nice crunch.
Turns out like
And still did better than
Like-
the Italians in World War I in the Carpathians.
turns out like also Liu
Just
Bei
keep
and,
training
like,
those
other,
machine
like,
gun nests, man.
like from
It'll
that
work.
era, like we're not
when
actually
you're
like,
losing half
super
your troops to
confident. And, like
wolves,
they skip
you know you
lessons
fucked up.
and shit.
Yeah.
Like they skip training all the time. Like, and they just were like super lucky and ruthless.
Hey man, when you
Why
got
would
it,
you
don't
train
need
your
to
levies? That costs money.
They weren't like they were children of important people.
Well, the children of important people aren't in the
Boba
levies.
and Boss.
Yeah. The whole like court, the imperial court politics of right before like Cao Cao got like in power and shit like that is crazy. Because apparently all the eunuchs got control of the royal court and they were like selling off like governing positions left and right. Like left and right. And like you had to like overtax your population to be able to pay the bribe to stay in power for the next year because it was so high.
Right.
It was crazy and degenerative. Like
And I wonder why it devolved into war for how long was that, the whole period?
like thousands of years. Like
Walk it off.
like from before that and on. Like
Walk it off. Wars are dated. Walk it off. Thousands of years.
I mean, like there was literally one battle that like caused a legitimate percentage point of world population to drop. Like it was like 2 months through a mountain pass or some crap like that, going into like Northern Key. It was ridiculous.
I know Koami, who makes the Dynasty Warrior games.
Oh, Tecmo?
Fucking
Pro
good.
Tecmo?
They
Lubu's a dickhead.
they get
Lubu killed his own father.
Yeah, Lou was a douche.
He killed his own father to go work for Dongzhuo.
They
Who
caught
treated him like a
flack.
Sonic Inquisitor. He also got killed.
They catch flack because a lot of the kids in China like take that as the history of
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh
They're
my
like,
god.
"Oh, this game is real." It's like
That's totally how it all happened.
it's like if our kids took all the Modern Warfare games as like legit history and shit like that.
I mean, they're
It's like-
using screenshots of
I
it
mean, they
for
did, like, two
the
Imperial
news
Towers,
lately,
like,
right?
Have they really?
Until existence.
A bunch of different news channels used it as propaganda.
My favorite is when they used the UNSC Space Command, United Nations Space Command. When they were having talks about something and whatnot, and they showed the fucking Halo logos, and they're like, "Oh yes, these people met today," and they're like, "No."
They don't exist. In the fantasy land, they're real. When I was 15, they were real.
Sergeant Johnson lives.
They'll be talking about
This
today
is a
being
big-
Master Chief, and we are unsure.
Unknown petty sergeant, petty officer.
Never takes his helmet off. Kind of like Doom Guy.
Yeah.
I believe Guy is his last
My
name.
favorite-
Person.
My favorite thing was when what was Duke Nukem. When Duke Nukem came back, and you're playing like the first fucking level, and it looks like trash. The whole thing just looks bad and everything, and then you get to this power armor that is very clearly Master Chief's power armor and shit like that. And Duke Nukem goes, "I don't need no armor. I'm not a pussy." And like, but the thing is like, I'm sitting there and I'm like, bro, what have you done in like 10 years? Like, you're getting shit on Halo that's kind of just been like changed a lot of the gaming world and shit like that.
Yeah.
What have you done? Like, it didn't feel like a deserved diss. It wasn't like, that's funny. It was just like a, dude, really?
I feel like Duke Nukem is that guy, though. You're like, all right.
Like, your arm's too short to box with God, guy. That's how you lose teeth.
Lots of stuff didn't happen. It's pretty crazy.
And then that game went fucking under, and nobody talks about it. That's the like modern age Atari ET.
Yeah, pretty much. It was just such an unremarkable game, nobody cared.
I mean,
It was the hype for it was like unreal too.
Yeah, because we wanted a Duke Nukem game. But all the things that made
I'm really
Duke
worried about the gaming world in general. Like the digital gaming world is very scary right now.
it's a lot of rehashes.
So
They fucked up. I mean, like I'm Korea, so like for me that matters, right? But like it's really scary to see like them talk on an earnings call that you're doing so well and the stock dropped fucking 60% or some shit.
you know, like I realized why I love Shadow of Mordor so much, because I started to really understand how orcs government works, and it's very much how our own society works, just in a very violent scheme. We build these empires up, and then we get so afraid when they fall, but it's actually a good thing when they do, because now we're gonna have, when something like Blizzard falls and stuff like that, so many other things start springing up, and then we get new innovations and we get new ideas and stuff like that, and then it starts swirling, and then we get the new conglomerate, the new big general and everything.
Square's doing the same thing for me right now too.
You know, so like I'm not afraid of falls and whatnot. The only thing I'd be afraid to fall is Disney. That's the only thing that would actually cause me terror.
They don't too many things to
Exactly.
with that.
Yeah, but you act like if it falls, that everything it has goes away. It doesn't. It's lost out of
Exactly.
shit.
Exactly. Yes.
So
That's
Disney
very
falling
true.
would be an incredibly good thing,
Yeah,
and all the
just
IPs
feel like,
get spread to the other four winds.
I feel like in a corporate
Yes,
way,
but then they could lose it too.
No,
Like,
yeah. You actually won't.
Okay, some
Someone will buy it. And if nobody
Star
buys it,
Wars,
it goes to open domain.
that would be the best.
that would be crazy.
That would be the best.
Yeah.
But that could also be the worst too, because
It should have gone to open domain. Disney itself has lobbied to
That's
change the
fine.
way intellectual property
Yes.
is.
That extension is gone.
Oh, thank God.
It expired a month ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Um,
Because like, there's
So a lot
whole
of shit is just
where
going
they-
into open domain now.
Yeah. Jeez.
Winnie the
I
Pooh
put you
is, or something like that. I don't think Mickey Mouse himself will ever go into public domain.
No, that's practically impossible. So long as Disney exists,
Yeah, they have to
We're
prove
throwing enough lawyers at
that.
it.
No, because the law is if you can prove that enough of your revenue is still based on it,
Yeah.
then you can still own the copyright and whatnot. You still get to keep the copyright. Something like Mickey Mouse, which should very much be in public domain.
I just think in a corporate landscape, there's just a huge emphasis on earnings and not giving a shit about consumers. Just super not giving a shit. Like you see it in Take-Two, you see it in EA, you see it in Blizzard, you see
When
you
you're
see it in
publicly
Square
traded, your
They're
only
like
concern is your
10
stock value.
10
And that's
fucking
the
cell phone game. They're like, oh, we're not gonna make Star Ocean games anymore. We're just gonna make another cell phone game. Like what?
Because that's what makes money.
They're like, oh, we're not gonna make another Parasite Eve game. We're gonna make another cell phone game. Like great.
But it makes
We're gonna make
them
our
money.
7th Final Fantasy cell phone game.
But it makes them money. So if the thing is that they cut other avenues out just to make the money. Like
That's the problem.
You should use it to like fund
Yeah,
other
you need a
projects and shit
front
like
end
that.
funnel to build the back end pipeline.
Yes.
And they're
Like,
not
they're just
satisfied
cutting
with
it out.
levels of
No,
quality
that
earnings
costs
for that.
money. Why would you do that? Because that drops your margins.
But it reduces the longevity of your even
No,
actual
it doesn't.
revenue.
And again, they don't really give a fuck because again, if your next quarter earnings is the only thing that matters.
Yes.
They're gonna run into huge wall there. When they
Yeah, so
haven't
if it
had
doesn't
enough
crash,
fucking-
that's what it does.
And then things
It's designed to do
change,
that way.
and then things get better for a little bit, and then they get worse again. Loopholes come through. It's always like this. It's never ever been anything different.
Look, the guys with money are the one who are paying the price.
Yeah. Do you have phones?
What?
Do you have phones?
Look, you're talking to the
Oh
person
my
who
God.
never wanted Diablo 3 to be made, so I don't give a fuck.
It's just like it's just a clear message. that they
Diablo
have
was
no
done
idea.
after Diablo 2's
No.
expansion, alright?
Yeah, that's true. I agree. But like, it just like shows that like they have no knowledge of what they're doing.
Yeah,
They
it's
lost
marketing.
touch with the consumers. That's like
Well, to be completely honest, they haven't. We're just the minority as far as consumers go. Sorry.
the type of big Diablo release. Like, let's cut.
To be honest,
Mobile
Mobile
games make more
I'm
money for
gonna-
less overhead.
I'm going
I know.
to play it.
It's true.
I'm still going to
But, like,
play it.
I'm not.
I'm not going to deny myself something that I might enjoy because I don't like how somebody rolled something out.
No.
It's just me, man.
Fuck 'em.
I give myself enough misery in life that I don't need to like deny
Take-
myself something.
Take away joy just to be even more miserable.
Yeah. Are you kidding me? I'll take dopamine wherever I can get it.
I'm actually
I'm a
surprised they
drug
didn't
addict.
do
I
that
don't
with
care.
StarCraft yet.
What's that?
I'm surprised they haven't fucked up StarCraft yet. Like, actually, I liked the mission packs and stuff like that. That was
I
cool.
haven't played any of the mission packs. I played the
The
first.
story's really cool.
I loved
It's
it,
really
dude.
good.
The Zerg campaign stands out to me as one of my favorite recent campaigns.
Yeah, I really like the
Anthem looks awesome.
So
I played a little
Terran
bit
and
of
Tots for
Anthem.
me were huge. Like, I lost it with Legacy of the Void campaign was nuts.
It was good. I just liked the Zerg campaign more because I liked Avatar.
Yeah, okay, fair.
He has become my favorite StarCraft character. So
Like, Terran campaign felt a little memey with, like, Egon and shit like that being in there, but, like, I think for me, like, the Toss campaign was nuts, because you're like, alright, like, Artanis is really,
I
he's
got my
becoming
fire
the man.
mats, so
Right.
I was very happy.
And, like, Zeratul, like that was
I was a Tassadar fan, so like everything
Alright, so
after
your butt
Tassadar,
left already.
yeah, you know, everything after Tassadar kind of just I didn't care anymore. Until Tassadar, when they said that the first time, I was like, oh, my buddy, he's gone.
We may never forget.
Your sacrifice was in vain because it didn't do anything.
Yeah. I didn't really understand the whole Zelnaga thing going on. Because it felt like super forced.
I was expecting a fourth race out of it. That's why.
Really? Alright. I was more like expecting them to do like a 3-cycle story again, because like you know how they did like the expansion, they did StarCraft and it was like you know in that order, right? And then they flipped it one for the expansion, and then I expected them when StarCraft 2 came out to flip it again and do a full cycle. You know what I mean? For which race you would start.
Yeah.
And that would have been like a really cool like you know this is the saga, right? And it just they didn't do it. And I was like kind of like all right, you know let's see how it goes. And I like the decision you had to make in the Terran campaign. Like, do you blow up that planet?
Right.
Like, do you save these people?
I loved the ability to add. Yeah, but I liked being able to add benefits to my characters.
Oh, yeah, that was super
like
cool.
I loved the wings on the Zerglings and whatnot.
Yep.
But I loved going back then and playing the Swarmlings and everything, and just like every single time, just making like 200 Zerglings, like 400, 200 Zerglings turn into like 400 Zerglings, and just send them to just go eat.
Yeah. Really cool.
Zerg Rush.
Yeah, man.
Just, oh my god.
And the Terran one where you could like not make SCDs and it would just auto heart was good. Like it felt good.
They were well done campaigns. They were really, really well done campaigns. So I didn't like Overwatch.
I enjoyed it, but I felt like
It's a goddamn single player campaign.
I would agree with that because then I could possibly enjoy it.
I enjoyed it.
I still enjoy the game, but goddamn,
It needed a fucking story.
Yeah.
It needed one.
Because
like it's a Blizzard game that you know what I mean. Blizzard always puts out a story, and like you kind of like when you buy a Blizzard game, you're kind of expecting it. Even like doesn't matter what it is.
I don't know. I just never like nothing screamed. Oh, this is Alex's character. This is Alex's thing. You know, like about the game. Like Reinhardt is a little bit more cheerful than I need him to be, kind of deal, and like he's the character I would play, and I didn't feel good enough with him, and I didn't have an interest in anybody else.
Yeah. No, I know.
Like
you need that thing to latch onto. Like
I need that. Absolutely.
Anyone does. It's not just you.
Well, I'm saying I can only speak for me, kind of thing. But like Smite.
Yeah.
I wanted it. Like, I had that same feeling with Thor. I'm like, if I'm not good with Thor, there's no point for me to play this game. I was garbage with Thor. Yeah. And the only thing that kept me in that game was I was just kind of like scrolling through all the gods. I'm like, wow, these skins are actually really cool. Let me just see some of what they are. And I'm just going through every single one. And I come across the God of Bees. And I'm like, that sounds weird. But he has a Cthulhu skin, and it looks awesome. So I was like, fuck it. I'm going to buy a Cthulhu skin. I'm going to try this guy out. Fell in love with him. Only character I fucking play in that game.
Yeah.
Every other fucking character, only play that character. I'm Zenkat. And just spit bees at everybody, and I love it.
I think the only reason I played League as long as I did was because I found ways to meme my way into happiness. Like, I just found dumb things to do that were, like, weirdly effective that shouldn't have been.
Dude, at a tournament, you got people to chant Pentasmite.
Yeah. No, it was crazy. We did dumb shit. Like, especially the tournament here, like at the end of that tournament, they banned all 3 of my mates. It was so bad. Like, I picked Mordekaiser top, and they were like, what the fuck is this? I guess we gotta ban Mordekaiser! They banned Graves first match. Like, I felt bad, because I had to, like, swap into every freaking role that I knew.
Well, but that's how you're supposed to play these things.
That was crazy. Like we did dumb shit. We did like all tanks at one point. We all teleported Smite.
They purposely they took this. I watched them the team walk into a corner and then come back with this shit-eating grin. And I'm just like, oh, this is going to be terrible. And all 5 of them went into the center lane and didn't leave. And the enemy team just like, they're just letting these other, okay, I guess we'll just farm.
Did we win that?
Yeah, you rolled the shit out of them.
Yeah. I think we just played more than them to have better team fight. You know, we just knew each other better.
Yeah.
But I mean, we memed our way. We were under-geared. We had under-experience. We didn't have the gold. And we were just like team fighting them to death. Because they'd be like 2v5ing us. And like, yeah, we're just going to murder you. We all have ultimates. Like, you're dead. Okay. Yeah. Trickling 1 by 1. Sure. Like, that's great.
I love it when that happens, though. You get to that level of anger. You're like, I could do it. And like, you might get one.
Yeah.
But like you get ganked by everybody else. And you're like, oh damn! If I only just moved left instead of right, like 5 seconds.
Yeah. They never like refused to adapt to the tactics we were using too.
Like I didn't like Apex Legends either.
Yeah. I didn't hit the battle royale.
I don't like battle royale.
Yeah, I didn't like that. I like that Overwatch with shooters with abilities.
I liked Anthem so far.
Yeah.
I played like 2 missions in Anthem, and then like I got screwed out of the rest of my 10 hours of early game time because something with EA servers or whatnot. Anyway, whatever.
What? EA problems? No.
So I'm bummed about that because I unlocked the heaviest fucking mech, and because I need to be me and be the heaviest fucking king, I'm playing with kids who are in like the fucking Ouija flying shits.
Yeah.
And I'm standing next to them, and I'm like 3 feet taller than them, and they're hovering, and I'm like, I got the big gun, I don't care. Oh, I got a shield, bash. Meleeing in that game is fun.
I found myself going backwards in the game.
Like you're playing retro shit?
Like not truly retro, but like just older shit that I love.
Yeah.
Like last night, I've been watching a lot of speedruns lately. Right.
I had that phase where I was just like every night I was just really interested in.
But I'm watching RPG speedruns.
So, dude,
it's crazy.
I watched over the course of like 7 days. I watched a 15-hour speedrun of every single outcome of Chrono Trigger.
Oh my god.
We go through every single ending, and it was a 15-hour speed run. So over the course of like 7 days, I watched that thing.
Yeah, that game is nuts. Like one of the most ambitious games ever that didn't act like it at all.
That game was amazing. I hate JRPGs. I love the fuck out of that game.
I love JRPGs. I'm a big guy.
I hate them.
Xenogears is my favorite game of all time. I say it all the time. I love it.
I mean, that's cool. Like, more power to you, man. They're not mine. I can't get into them.
I have fights with people about it because my taste is like super different from me. You know, everyone's like, "Final Fantasy IX, best game ever," and I'm just like, "It was pretty good." I'm like, what do you mean?
It was okay.
I thought it was pretty good. I like the Vivi storyline. That was great.
Yeah.
Like what is being alive? And I'm about to die. Like, who am I? Who are we? You know, I like that show.
Oh yeah, no,
I'm
the
also a fan
third.
of Mass Effect 3, so.
I never
See,
had Mass Effect series.
Mass Effect 3 was great right until the last 10 minutes.
That's fine. Then just negate the last 10 minutes.
Well,
okay?
yeah, that's my stance on it. I enjoyed everything else.
I don't like choicey kind of games like that don't really give you like a fuckload of meaningful choice. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but there's also
in a D&D level sort of way, you know.
But you can't. Like that's.
I know it's impossible.
Exactly.
It's literally impossible. So I get excited about it. I'll play it, and then I'll be like, "All right, this is." I really didn't want this. I just wanted to play D&D. Like
the thing is that you got enough choices to direct the story how you wanted, and then right at the end, they went, "Well, it doesn't matter. We're going to blow up the galaxy anyway."
Yeah.
And that's what the problem was.
I would have liked in having looked into the series, having not really played it, but actually just tried to look into it in general. I think the only scene that really stands out to me is punching the cameraman, and that's it. Camera woman. Sorry, camera woman. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I was just like, all right, yeah, renegade. Renegade. I think it's a big choice. Hopefully,
It's not. It's great.
get this camera the fuck out of my face.
She questions you on something that like she got the answer right and everything, and you're like, I gotta show you that you talk too much, woman. Not this first.
But I'm playing Dwarf Fortress again. It's an ASCII game. It came out in 2006 and is known as one of the most fucking granular games ever. Where you basically you control 7 dwarves to settle a land in the middle of fucking nowhere and to survive as long as possible because there's no win conditions. It's just you keep going until you lose or you want to save and quit. And that game's a shitload of fun when you're good at it.
I'm sure because
I like pumping magma to make this like crazy fucking magma waterfall. Yeah, man. And then you realize that pumping magma from an upper layer creates magma mist, which is toxic and will kill your dudes. So you'll have a really cool altar no one can hear. Or you sacrifice people to it, whatever.
Hey man,
you know.
like whatever gets the gods juices flowing.
Yeah, man. I'm all about it. I just finished a fish game where I lost my fort because we had a werepanda attack. And if you get bit by a werepanda, there's a percentage chance that they also become a werepanda, but you don't know.
If they became aware.
Yeah, until the next full moon.
Nice.
And he bit 5 guys. 75.
So you have a werepanda coming.
I don't get to control them. It's pretty bad.
All of a sudden, everybody commits suicide.
It was terrible. It was awesome. It was terrible. And I realized, so I like Final Fantasy a lot. I don't think it's a great game, but I think it's interesting to play. It's just different.
Okay.
And then
I usually hear 8 is most people's favorites.
Really, I hear 7 or 9.
I hear 7 a lot. I hear 8 often.
Really, surprising.
So
I know Squitieri was big on 8. I'm big on 8. The game is not good. It has cool mechanics though, and the storytelling is super weak.
So 7, like I recognize has like weaker storytelling than I want it to.
Yeah,
But it was because it was like one of my first JRPGs that I like it really. It's like
it was my first JRPG.
Right. It's just like Jack is one of my favorite whiskeys. It's not a great whiskey, but it was my first.
Yeah, and you never forget that, right? You never forget that.
You never forget that.
I think Final Fantasy Tactics was a great game, a great storyline, great mechanics, and I love that game.
See, I like 4X games. That's my kind of JRPG. The closest I'll get to a JRPG is a 4X.
Yeah.
I could play a 4X game like Civ and shit like that. I could play that for hours. I actually one of my favorite ones on the computer is called Solaris.
Yeah.
And I just saw that they announced it for console.
Yeah.
Because I have a computer, but it takes so long to like set it all up that I just haven't.
Yeah, there's the power cable for you.
Power cable for it because it's like I had everything set up and I'm like, I need a power cable. So now I'm betting money that monitor doesn't work because something else needs to go wrong right now. I mean, I'm just like waiting for it.
I will go downstairs and grab you a monitor right now.
Yeah. So I built. So I have a computer built. Me and Stroud built a computer, right?
Yeah.
We went super hard on it. Like super hard.
Well, I mean, it's Stranos. So
Yeah, we went nuts.
Be surprised if it was anything but.
The first thing we did when it powered on is smoke started going, and I was like, oh, fuck, right? And it turns out one of the LEDs on the front for the 3 fans that are on the front, bad wire, just went on fire. And I was like, we test everything? Like, is it working? Is it damaged? Or like, you could call the factory. I'm like, no, just pull the plug out. I don't care.
Yeah.
Everything else works. We'll take it as is. I don't fuck with it.
So in my time,
on it because of the fire. I'm like, oh god!
In my time, I've only had 2 computers smoke on me, and I've been doing IT work. Oh God, I can actually legitimately say this about 20 years, right? Because like 13 is when I started screwing with it.
Yeah.
And I've only ever had 2 computers smoke.
Yeah.
One was when I was first getting trained, and that was a bad power supply. And this is back in the and this is back in the day where your power supplies just had this master fucking toggle switch.
Yep.
That and then one was my computer where the floppy drive. Yeah.
You're busy playing like Elder Scrolls Arena on it.
No, I just went to boot it up one day. I went, I smell plastic. Why is my case glowing? Oh shit! Took the entire board with it. Like, there was not gonna get no saving that.
I destroyed the first family computer we had because this was also around Napster. So I made sure that computer had every porn that had ever been recorded and every violent thing that's ever been recorded on it. And then
All on 56K dial-up.
it's all on like crap ass internet and everything. And all of a sudden, me and my cousin were trying to watch some chick get her shit off, and the whole thing just goes. Poof.
It was never a
we
good
hear,
for me.
we,
Actually, I take that back.
we just hear poof, and the screen went black, and all of a sudden smoke started coming out of the computer. I was like, oh no, that last thing that was on the screen was a vagina. I'm gonna get in trouble. Sure enough, I got in trouble. When they fixed it, they're like, oh my god, it's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life. So much corn, and then there was that line that we couldn't tell what was between the two. That's a joke.
I'm dying. I'm dying. Oh my god.
Again, I'm very happy that this channel is not safe for work.
Man, that's why I asked first.
Yeah. No, we have a mature rating on this.
I'm also glad that this is being heard by everybody. Great.
How much is this?
Wait, there's something recording going on right now?
Yes, I have been streaming. I've been streaming my painting.
Yeah.
Is
So
anybody watching?
is it
Did I
Gus?
say
Or is it Gus, right?
anything? Gus watching?
Is it just Gus?
Right now, I'm pretty sure it's just Gus.
Oh, pretty sure. Oh, good. Hey!
Hi, Gus.
Give it 30 seconds. Gus is gonna walk in the door. I'm like, what?
But
And now
Oh,
it's
not
Saturday.
Gus.
But I realized that of the Final Fantasies that were ported to PS4,
Yeah.
8's the only one that wasn't. And I'm just like, oh, but I want to play Triple Triad
That's the one everyone hates, though.
and use the GIF
That's
system.
some of the hardest thing
Great.
about being out of like in counterculture.
Yeah.
Because I operate a lot of my life in counterculture. Star Wars is probably one of the things it's not.
They refused to port it to Switch too.
Yeah, moment.
Yo, what's up?
Advice.
Yeah.
On the, what's it, fucking brooch or something? Thing in the chest and shoulder blades.
Set it on fire.
Well, preferably
I like it blue.
I mean, that's the solution to a lot of things.
I have a
Fire's not a buff.
It's not, but I mean,
Star
it's-
Wars
does the stuff
RPG
things.
campaign.
So, what are you looking to do?
I have no fucking idea. I'm just painting.
That's fair. I would probably go with a darker blue because it would offset from the rest of the shirt, and then do a metallic for that pattern.
Like, would brass be too clashy, or
These weird places are like
Brass might get lost a little bit. I would think
Fucking
closer
do
to
it,
a
man,
gold, but only on
You
the
know what
lines,
we
right? So you do a darker.
so do the darker blue on the part
I don't-
underneath
I
it,
don't
and then
know.
just highlight it. And...
Like,
I'm,
I like to get my magic and my D&D separate.
Another question: do we have a dark?
I mean, they put out the book.
I know they do, which I'm surprised they didn't do sooner. They're owned by the same freaking company. Like, there's a bunch of IP used to make sure why to market it. Like,
Sure, I just don't think they thought that there was a market for it.
Oh shit! I was looking for this.
they were. If there's anything I've learned, that Wizards is not good at deploying its own product. It's not.
And
good.
it is still the one I accidentally stole from Jared.
Nice.
Like, so for me, right? I'm a little 3-5 guy, and I like that tinkering level of, all right, we do a little bit of this, we go to this path, and like, but my character, like, he's not really that guy completely. Like, he needs something else, to go in this direction. What can I find, right? And that doesn't happen in 5 years. Like, there's a lot of restricted choice. Like,
Yeah, but like it's also work with it. Like it's very clear about working with your DM.
yeah.
That's like the big thing about 5e is like it's trying to support conversation between you, your DM, and everything.
By
like,
not answering any tough questions.
yeah, and like, well, it's because it's like some of the times
But the
like
thing is, there's
well,
always
some
so
DMs
much
are going to
burden
want
on
to
a
do it this
DM,
way.
you know?
And, yes and no, but like you have to understand like. This is a lot of people's first foray into something like
Yeah,
this.
no, totally. So like, it starts the system.
5e for me was the first time I ever DM'd.
Yeah.
Like it was the first time I ever played D&D was 5e.
You're gonna do?
So like
Yeah.
that for me was my learning thing.
Yeah.
There are other systems that are so much easier And it's like so much less work on the GM and shit like that. But like, I learned trial by fire, so I'm gonna be more prepared for everything.
So I agree. Like 5e is a great system to get into, right? It's great for that kind of shit. Like 3.5, all that stuff.
Absolutely
Terrible
fantastic.
for learning. It's terrible for learning. Sweet Jesus. I really enjoyed Pathfinder.
Well, that's also because the 3.5 people.
Starfinder's been fun.
Yeah, Starfinder is a lot of fun. I like the fact that in Starfinder, if I'm not the pilot of the ship, I still have a use.
Oh, thank God. That was one of the things when they announced it. I was worried about.
That was one of the classes we came up with too.
It's a hard thing for space combat shit.
Because
same thing for governance in like a medieval game. It's really hard to make sure everyone participates because eventually it boils down to one fucking decision. So like I think Pathfinder also did that quite well with the Kingdom Builder.
Yeah, because everybody had a role.
Shit matters because they're a different position in government, which influences your area. You know, same thing for Skulls and Shackles when you have to be pirates after you get shanghaied. You have to run the ship, and you basically use the stats of the individuals on that ship. That was relevant.
Yeah, that was one of the important things for us too, was making everybody feel relevant on the ship. Shut stuff, stuff like that.
Limiting player uptime is really tough. Like it's like we thought of this cool way to do a thing, but it limits group dynamic.
Right, like not for nothing. Like when you have the pilot, you have that combat scene that has to happen with vehicles. It's very, very difficult to make. Oh, I'm a fighter. I'm just going to go get a sandwich while the pilot does his thing because I'm along for the ride.
Yeah.
Right, and there sinks.
You're doing a vehicle thing. You're making a chase, and you fucking Mad Max that shit. People are jumping on the thing.
You can't exactly do that in a space game.
Sure you can. Boarding parties.
If you're equipped to do it.
I don't know why you said boarding parties, and my mind immediately went to like 15 people with just like boards of wood smashing the shit out of each other. Like I don't know.
Hey, use what you got.
That was a Family Guy cutaway is what happened right there.
I don't.
That's what happened in your brain.
Boarding party. Beating each other with 2x4s. Like,
how Greg does it is pretty good, I think. Basically, you have three categories of skills. You have your combat skills, you have your general skills, and then you have whatever the fucking mechanic is. So, like in Ranked Empire, it's actual like far future spaceship. You have 2 spaceship skills. So everybody has to take 2 of them.
Yeah.
For Frag Seas, it's 2 naval things. I don't know what the fuck Frag Kingdoms is. Actually, no. Frag Kingdoms is 2 government skills.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you'd actually really like the simplicity. You'd really like the Fragged Empire kind of system.
Yeah.
Because it's super easy and it's very, like, you can kind of just do your thing.
Yeah.
So you have a lot of customization.
Can we make our primary export like a scam where we tell people it makes them live longer and then market it well and then just take all their money for nothing?
Yes.
Yes! Yes! Better business practices.
He's playing enough.
One of the things in the system we were developing was you had 2 backgrounds. You had a personal background and a professional background.
Okay.
So like you could be like you come from a really rich family, but like you lost it all somehow, and now you're corporate sponsored and like shit like that. And like your power armor has like whatever companies like tattooed on it. Yeah, exactly.
Oh man,
shit like that. And that's
get an Apple tattoo.
That's actually how we did level ups because leveling up. Like a lot of the time you got gear for leveling up and whatnot, like choosing a path and whatnot. So it's like you have the internet, you have the extranet or whatever the fuck it was called on your like suit at any time, and you can order whatever you need and it will come to you. So when you level up, there's like a bus that like is just flying by and everything. It's like, oh, we got life signs from over here. What do you need to buy? Here we have this gift from you from your corporate sponsor or from that relative that gave it to you and shit like that. And like work it in canonically so like you can then screw on that extra shoulder mounted cannon and shit like that. We tried so hard, man, and it was coming along so well, and just I hate my brain so much.
You'll come back
I hate
to
the
it.
brain.
Jesus, Carl.
No, my brain sucks.
I don't know why immediately my first impulse was like, let's have a scam business, like not a legitimate business.
It's you.
That's not it though. That's the problem.
Is it though?
No.
No, I think it might be you, man.
Jeez.
All right,
So a
so
whole lot of money for nothing.
my
Capitalizing on stupidity in marketing.
okay, we were talking about doing that politically active fantasy campaign. My first reaction was, I'm just going to put a retard in power, shank them, and become the new emperor. And DeCarlo was on board with this.
That's Roman politics, dude.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's like politics.
Crossing the Rubicon, motherfuckers. That being said, Fred Kingdoms does have a whole like fucking political and government shit and settlements.
Yeah, man. Let's levy some fucking taxes. The good side of taxes. Levy.
That is an action you can take. Levy taxes.
Yes. That's the best part of tax
You're starting to appeal to his accountant side too much.
Look, paying them, collect them.
See, I love hearing about EVE Online. That's what I love hearing about.
I think it's a great place to get great stories from.
Yes.
I don't think I have the stomach.
Don't be anywhere near it.
I tried
but
playing
get
it.
the stories.
Actually, like I got pretty good at that game, and
I think
had
you
a
remember you
choice.
talking to me about it.
Yes,
Yeah.
I had a choice. I loved that game so much, and like my computer actually ran it on high level graphics, so like I loved it even more. I got to the point I loved City of Heroes. That's actually why I'm not a big anime person at all. I loved My Hero Academia because it reminded me so much of City of Heroes. I told that to Louis Goodman, who was my City of Heroes friend. I was like, it reminds me so much of City of Heroes, and he's like, oh my god, I see it. And that's why I love it so much. So.
I'm not there on it.
Eve.
Yeah.
So I had a choice. I was like, all right, I could buy the ship that I really want now, and then hopefully like
Not get blown up.
not get blown up, and then have enough money to insure it. Or I can wait till I have enough money to buy it and insure it.
Yeah.
I was like, nah, I'm doing pretty good. I want to go buy this big ship. So I buy my first battleship. Okay. In order to pilot a battleship, you need to submit like 6 months into the game of like training, because all the training takes place real time and all that shit. So like you train for months and you like click a button and it's like, okay, we're gonna start the countdown, but it's a month-long countdown. EVE Online. Yeah. So I get my battleship and everything, and I'm like, all right, like 5 missions. That's all it'll take, and I'll be able to buy like high-level insurance on it. First mission, dude comes out of nowhere, just murks me, and I'm like,
No.
well, that's it. I actually went. I was like, cancel subscription. And I was like, and done.
I mean, I feel like it's a healthier level than what Lineage 2 was. You remember that?
Yeah.
Like, how bad it was? Like, remember, like, those are the first news articles that we had committing suicide over dropping gear and shit like that. And I was like...
I thought it was EverQuest. Was it? What was?
I think the suicides was much more cool.
Yeah, the suicides were Lineage 2. I remember that shit because like Garrett Enziato was playing it, and I remember like seeing something about it, and he was talking about it. He's like, "Yeah, that really happened," and I was just like, "Lineage 2 has claimed the most lives in any game."
One of my favorite was the time that people in World of Warcraft tried to host a funeral for their friend.
Oh my god!
They got raided.
Oh my god!
That was my favorite because
I feel like it's iconic.
It is. It's
Of,
become
like,
iconic. That's the internet.
The early internet and how like subtle it was. It's a little more refined.
A little bit, yes.
There's more of like there's definitely more civilized people on it.
If that were to happen now,
Jesus.
But it's their own fault. You don't have like there are safe areas in the game. Host the funeral there, like a place you can't get raided. You know, why do you do it on a PvP fucking server on enemy territory? That's why I'm like, no, you're dumb. You did it to yourself. I don't care. Go Horde. It was awesome. Actually, it was the Alliance. It was the Alliance raiding the Horde.
Like today, if it happened today, people would be like giving up their real addresses and stuff.
Keep an eye on the computer because there's a kid wandering around that wants to
See
use
the
the
stick.
computer.
Yeah.
So,
No problem.
yeah. Going to all the side stories right now.
You finished it, right?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Okay. I haven't finished, but I finished.
Okay, fair.
I need ending one.
You need to learn that speedrun tactic.
What, the 4 hours that they did from like half the endings in AGDQ?
It's crazy. The speedrun tech in the game is nuts.
Why is Totoro eating a helicopter?
That's all. That's all.
I'm down.
Shout out to Gen Con. You go to a convention, I get at least one T-shirt.
That's fair.
Every one.
When I go to concerts.
Yeah, If the line for the merchant table wasn't so bad every time, I would.
The times I go to
Yeah, I saw Extra Pan live, and that was like it's like a Japanese like glam rock band, right? I guess the equivalent, right?
I heard about a Japanese sport that has 150 people per team.
I don't know what this is, but that sounds awesome.
75 people guard the man on the stick.
Yeah.
It was
I've seen that.
It's a high school thing.
And there's 75 people who guard it and 75 people who attack.
Yeah.
And your whole goal is to knock the person off at any means necessary.
Yeah.
Like, violence is very okay. And I'm like,
if you repress society long enough, it's gonna have an outlet.
I'm like, I need to play this game. I need to pick up the smallest person there and use them as a message.
I'm gonna pick up that motherfucker to hit that motherfucker.
Literally working at the Japanese bank, I worked with like the tallest Japanese people ever.
So 5'3".
No, they were like 6 feet tall. It was crazy.
It was a joke.
Dude. It was just like...
It was a good, well-timed joke.
Yeah,
I'm kind of proud of it. And it's an even better time joke.
By the way, if you ever work with like expat Japanese, you should totally go drinking. It is a great time.
Oh, I can imagine.
Oh my god. They got me. The problem is like they got me drinking like Yamazaki and stuff like that, and that's kind of like I'd be careful.
Yeah, it's not good for you.
It's too expensive.
I don't drink anymore because like the
I don't even know how I got home. I like woke up on the train home, and I was like, I hope to God this is the correct train. Fell asleep, woke up, I was around Kakama.
I just don't feel like it takes too much for me to drink to get drunk, and at that point I'm so bloated that I just like don't want to even fucking do anything. So like
you don't drink beer, right?
I drink beer, I drink like liquor, I drink all of it.
I wouldn't
just
drink
fucking kills me. Like, it's not worth
I'm
it.
very lucky in that too. For me, and it's party time, you know. And then like from there, like I can keep going and I'm fine. I have like no change until I hit around like 12, and then I'm
drink I had was a double Jaeger bomb, and it did nothing. I didn't even feel anything from it, and I'm like, that's it. My liver's too powerful. I made it too strong.
Your blood is just like using it, like utilizing it to bond oxygen better.
I think I have like a larger liver. I can process.
I mean, proportionally, you should, right?
Proportionally, yes, but like also the amount of protein and shit I put in my body that my liver's had to like fucking like work out. I think from all of that, like I gave it a steroid by accident.
Gotta take it out for science.
Again, I can't remember the last time. I think it was at Bill's party.
Those are more tame now, right?
No.
Oh, I had to stop going to those.
What?
I had to stop going to those. There's a story that I can't even put on the camera.
You missed the carnival.
The carnival was fun.
Yeah.
I was fucking drunk and high.
Yes, you were.
I was like, I'm here now, and I'm drunk. And now I'm here 5 minutes from now, and I'm drunk.
Thank you. Trying to remember the sequence of how the washes have to go down to make the fire look real.
I got the blue on the model.
Wait, that isn't how it works.
No, he was trying to like.
Alex was being Alex.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see how double bounty is gonna work.
So like the Alex he's playing is
So that's how I feel about that. Microphone goes back on. That's how I feel about that. Oh man, we missed a good one. You guys stick on one.
I'm thinking I remember how the fucking sequence goes. It's darker to the out. Which means you need to start with the light. So if you want to paint fire and have it look good, you need to do it in like the reverse order. Like normally you start from dark and go to light. You have to start light and go to dark.
It's hotter in the middle.
Yeah, the fire becomes cold.
Which is like fun and times. You know, it's like I get out, I'd be in Manhattan, and do something crazy. I don't go to East High, I don't know, whatever. You know, the expat Japanese want to go out, whatever. But sometimes that was terrible when it would take me 6 hours to get home. or not going home, straight up not going home, and having to find a hotel if you couldn't go home. Yes.
Should have like every public transportation. Somebody threw themselves in the track or something.
That happened a lot. Yep. There's something like weirdly dehumanizing about being on the train so much that where it happens so often with some of the suicide about the train, right? Where you stop caring and you're just like, I guess I'm next. Sad. It's really sad, but it happens so often that you really become desensitized. Mostly because you're not seeing it. Yeah, that you're not. That you have that breaking sort of attachment to realism. It just becomes another delay in your life. Sometimes crazy stuff happens. You know, like there's some crazy person on the train. You know, sometimes you get a really good musical show. Yeah. It was like, so there's like this in Penn Station by the one line. There's this dude who's a violinist. He's like New York Philharmonics, like, and he just does it on the side because he likes playing. Yeah. And he's ridiculous good. I think I've seen that dude actually. This is an older, taller dude, like. Does the rock have to go to you? Or? Sometimes he does. Yeah. Yeah, but, he's really good in Philharmonic, and like people are like, people stop. They're like, wow, this guy's good.
I appreciate when I have to go to the pad that like sometimes I get stuck by my boss my train's 20 minutes out, and that's just how freaks out. So I just listen to some of the guys playing, and it's fantastic.
Some of those
something you might appreciate. So Gav and his altars, I started prepping them a little bit.
Nielsen's? Or he like just chuckle.
Why?
He's complaining about how their 0 round offense is like it's ruining the tournament. What ruins the tournament is all the people that would have had to sat conflicts up there. Because these people who weren't going dropping the people that were dropping.
They're getting their product and leaving.
So they took all the droppers and paired them against each other. So everybody's actually playing round one. So it's a free win.
Instead of having 14 buys and 6 matches.
And he's just like, no, you're ruining everything.
You don't gotta play. That's my answer. You don't gotta play.
So I started prepping Gav a little bit online with some of his nicer works. This is the first time I put up his recording Crossroads, and then mentioned the Soul Ring. And Crossroads had over 200 views, and the Soul Ring flew up to over 50 online. So then I just put up, might have actually been his artistic study, or no, I think it was his full art mountain that he did, like the full art Zendikar mountain, which is really, really nice.
I saw his full art. He did
the Merciless Fiction.
No. He turned the cereal bowl artwork. Yeah. He turned it into a solo cup
card. Cup board. Yes, it's one of my favorites. And the other day, I told him I did that, and he goes, "That was you?" And he shows me, all of his stuff. So then I did it again, like a day or two ago. I can't remember. It might have been last night. And today he texts me. He's like, "Dude, I'm literally waking up to people asking for orders online already." Yeah.
Yeah, I don't work fast enough to do that shit. Not for online demand, anyway.
Oh yeah. But the whole point is he can honestly create. I will help him just create a backlog of projects for him to work on, and then he can just pick and choose and just be like, "Look, I'll do it for you, but I got a little bit of a wait, you know." And then as he does it all, we get into his portfolio, and then we're all going to go together to GP Providence, so he can set up live table, and we'll help him make like $2,000 that weekend with paintbrush. So at that point, we've got me basically overseeing the marketing and management of everybody. You've got Alex and Trent who have aspirations to essentially open the store as far as product and game plan goes. And then you have the altar, and then we're all working on channels of distribution and marketing and this and that. So it's just like a fun damn. It's going to be fucked up 5 years from now. Half of us all have like dedicated, we all have like dedicated careers because of this stupid shit we did in a comic shop. Yeah, Dave, I should have my computer this week. Tower.
Yeah. When you need some advice, just let me know.
Yep.
I like fire.
Here's one of my visions, though. I want to get to do like a live stream. Just take your 4 commander players, and I want to have 2 webcams, one on each side of the table, so you can get full sides of the field while we're in the campaigns as well. And if I can do that on a live stream side by side, where you see sitting at all 4 players from the commander side, the same way you can like World Series poker, that is never been done.
Yeah, I think most of it's a logistical nightmare.
It is. It is a logistical nightmare.
Yeah. So I'm willing to undertake that shit needs to work and make something ideal.
Trust me, it's a logistical nightmare. Having worked as a professional photographer and working in IT is a logistical nightmare. Have fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's what's going to make it even more special.
Special.
Streaming's
Yes.
been really interesting. I realized that like especially D&D streaming has been really interesting because like you can tell the fucking serious difference of like the streams themselves, given that like there's a real difference between like when actors do it and they are professional actors versus like other people. It's so different.
Yeah.
Yeah, one group's way funnier to watch than the other.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm guessing the basement dwellers are not as entertaining in the long run.
No, funnily enough, they're the more entertaining ones, in my opinion, because they're coming up with the weird shit.
It really depends. In terms of like a smooth narrative, the actors are much better because like they're professional, they're trained in it, like and yes, and like we do it right. Like there's a premise put, we forward the premise as it is, right? Whereas regular people usually which is super funny, but like but there's like a greater downtime from that.
I love the meme of like, as a DM, I tasked my dungeon, my group with a prison break. What did they do? They got jobs as janitors, security guards, laundry guys.
That's a good idea.
But like, yeah, like players would do that. Like actors would just be like,
I don't know. They get Ocean's 11 it. Come on, like I feel like that's a thing. Like that's a thing to do.
But I feel like you don't really have many in betweens.
Yeah. Some groups just like have the magic.
Are you streaming this right now?
Yep.
Is that a job or a bug?
Excuse me?
Or is just a trooper?
Boba Fett. Had 2 lines in the movie. One was a Wilhelm scream.
That's amazing.
wait, that could be multiple things.
So Dave, did we have the streamer conversation yet? Like that was my preamble to the streamer conversation.
Cool. Why do you think I gave the honest, like, what you're doing is logistical nightmare? As a professional photographer and as somebody who does IT.
Okay, so mine is actually in a different vein in that, like, when you sit down to play D&D, it is like so different from like actors doing it, right? Mm-hmm. It's real different, just in the way that you evolve and portray a character, right? Super different. And I think people who get into the game based on that don't get that they will probably be playing with people who are not professional actors. So their value set of what a game should be like is extraordinarily different.
He's
And
looking
I
at.
don't think it's a bad thing that these people are doing it. I just think it creates a lot of confusion.
Right, because you're not exactly all operating on the same thought.
And I've had a lot of players come from that background. They're like, yeah, I watch these streams and I really enjoy it. They're professional actors. And then like you sit down and they're like, what are you doing?
Yeah, what do you mean it's not like this with every single group?
And every group has different value sets, right? Every group. Like, I have a certain era of like what I grew up with, and then like you look at some people who grew up at second ed or first ed, or people who grew up and they were like dropped in front of the dungeon, and that's it. Let's do the dungeon, and that's totally fine. It's just
It's a
value set.
It's a completely valid way to play the game. Is this how you enjoyed the game? Yes, play it.
I think the only difficulty you run into this is that you will find people that present their characters in an insular way, that they don't give you a premise to work with to help them evolve that character as a group, and the more and I find that the brooding character does this a lot, where it gives you a lot of things that look like it could be a display of character that aren't, only because they don't give you anything to work with to evolve it whatsoever. But a trained actor would know how to do that, so when they see it, they're like, oh,
okay,
so let's do it.
So here's that moment where I'm supposed to have that realization and become part of the group, and
I'm not
really nice. Thank you.
I don't have patience.
Dude, this is 20 years of me figuring out how this worked.
It's like number one why I asked you to paint those, because you know it already. Here's
So I still
never, and being the weird perfectionist I am, internally, that I would never be happy with it ever.
I'm never happy with this. This Boba Fett. Okay.
I know. No, I know.
Like if you painted or something?
Yeah. No, I have an inability to be happy with anything I've ever done. Because I will just be like, it's not perfect,
Yeah. That's fair.
And I just have to accept that.
For a minute, I was like, what is Dave watching on there? It looks like somebody painting, and I'm like, oh, wait,
Dave is watching himself paint.
He has achieved that next level versus.
In all reality, I'm just watching the chat in case somebody asked something, because I've been asked questions before.
Yeah.
Oh, you're live streaming yourself painting it.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I thought you were just doing it for your own self-interest. I'm like looking at
I
it while you paint.
I am
That's
legitimately.
actually not a terrible way to critique yourself.
No, yeah, it's not.
I'm enough of a critique. I'm critical of myself enough to not need the video to critique myself.
I don't need it either because I'm perfect.
God damn it, Carlos.
Oh man, no, dude.
If you think you're the best, you don't need to.
So I could spend my entire life doing it. I would never be happy.
I'm probably going to start playing Age of Sigmar. So probably going to pick up Nighthawk.
Good deal. Actually, very, very good deal as far as a.
Hey, it's Gus.
Mostly because we have a lot of options.
Oh shit, that wasn't you watching.
Dave and Hooper's like, yeah, I'm never gonna be as good as them.
Unless you left it on.
I do my shit. I'm happy with it. Done.
So if you're listening, while we're having
mostly because we have a lot of
conversations.
Because I was going to do the Flame Slayers, but they didn't.
Oh.
Said hello and then turned out.
But what's up?
I was going to do Flame Slayers, the dwarves, but they didn't have a lot of things, so I didn't. I was like, whatever. And then, but the Nighthaunt has a lot of
I do the ordering. If you want me to get shit in for you, I can do that.
No, I'm just saying Flame Slayers in general.
Like, you have a lot of unit
2
options.
units, and that's it for Flame Slayers.
Well, you're playing half a dwarf action.
No, I don't want to play Steampunk Dwarves. I hate Steampunk.
Yeah, they're stupid.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
I just want to play Flame Slayers.
But they have mustache ones, which is so stupid.
Yes.
It goes all the way around back to hilarious and awesome.
Yeah.
They
I
actually
no,
have
I
mustaches.
literally just want to play Flame Slayers. One, because I want the Demon Dragon Dog thing. I think it looks awesome.
Yeah, ignore the fact that they're never supposed to ride them.
Yeah.
Whatever. Whatever, man.
But
They're pretty cool.
But the Nighthaunt just seemed really more versatile, right? The other ones I was thinking of was the what were they called?
They wear black armor.
Gotta narrow that down.
I know. You didn't let me finish. Fuck. Now I forgot.
Some sort of chaos?
Yeah.
Just general chaos, smashy chaos, plagued chaos.
Pick a
Are you
color.
describing your life right now?
Chaos.
I think most of them are black gold, right? But like,
That's normal.
yeah.
That's
They
undivided.
look really cool.
It's not easy, people.
They look really cool, but that one is apparently the more easier beginner one.
Yeah, the undead factions tend to be a little bit easier to play because you don't worry about certain rules as much as other people.
Yeah.
No,
Also,
these
those
all
figures are
complicated.
nice.
Yes, the new undead figures are amazing.
Oh, why am I the only faction that rules on this one rule? No one else can.
At least just have a faction. My faction died.
I could play a leader that has a giant.
Yeah, you're right.
bird
The layer
rider,
really
so I'm kind of okay with that.
It's just remembering that
You can
sequence.
use ally forces in it, so that's pretty cool.
You got fire now.
Oh, it's Siege with the
Ooh!
Zinch?
A lot faster than I expected.
Those are blue demon-y things, and they look very cool.
They're the manipulative evil guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Siege.
That's a dumb.
See? It's exactly as he planned. Make a dumb name, so I'm going to underestimate it.
Alright. So I take it you're a fan.
Zinch is the more interesting of the cast guys.
Yes.
Fan of what?
No, the faction. It's like complimenting
Oh.
their naming. Their naming. Sense.
His whole shtick is everything's planned, and every failure and success. Everything's.
Like he has to actually plan his own failures just so he feels there's a challenge. That's how Zinch works.
Gross.
Or to pull out a victory in 300 years.
All right.
That's
I mean,
the
if
other
you're a
thing.
demon, you live forever. Sure.
That long game.
Whatever.
Plays along.
It's not that long
That's
if you live
exactly what
forever,
Zinch is.
right?
I know, it's not.
That's kind of like,
If you live
I took
forever,
a
that's
nap.
like yeah, tomorrow.
I don't know. That's a lot of Netflix in between.
A lot of Netflix and nothing else.
It's conceptually demons and eternal beings existed. This is probably the best time for them to have existed because they live forever. It's the first time to have good entertainment. It's not just torturing people.
I mean, that's what they're into.
Netflix.
I mean,
Well, that's an issue.
Let's talk about living forever.
Yeah,
and
so
how
hypothetically,
Netflix just wastes a lot of time.
Yeah. So hypothetically, you live forever, right? And you've lived from the beginning of existence. Most of your entertainment is just things like humans killing each other, right? Now you actually have.
Would you use
infinite
no
time,
will or right
right?
push shade to
So like,
shade?
is it time to be immortal? Now is the time to be immortal.
Personally, no
When
oil.
they come up with the immortal drugs, I'm buying in.
His flush shade would be more rusty, right?
You're gonna need a lot of
Right.
money for that.
I don't think her leg should be
So that's
rusty. That'd
really
probably
a lot of
be
money.
very
Just think about it. If immortality existed as something you could purchase, it would be ludicrously expensive, right?
Or you just fight somebody.
It might be
and get
cheaper
one.
to lead. Yeah, it might be cheaper to lead an armed uprising to take it, right?
And use it solely for me if you got it for.
Yeah.
Oh, it sounds like I have a plan.
It just might be cheaper. I'm saying I'll help you. I just got to get one
Stress is
too, all right?
unlimited power.
And just until I get it.
Our stress is unlimited power. I win.
Yeah.
Spite is my power set.
Spite plays.
Thank you, Alex, for remembering that. I did not remember.
My favorite is Randy watching me getting ready to do that.
That is a great game if you ever get a chance to play it. Nier Automata.
What game is that?
Nier Automata.
Oh, I haven't.
Really
played it.
good.
Just as soon as I got it, I was playing something else, and Toto's like, "Can I play it?" And I never got a chance to play
Amazing
it.
story.
Toto still has it.
Dude.
I gotta play it. I will never.
I
played
love
after
it. So you play it 3 times. If you beat it
Yeah,
as
you beat it as
and each perspective
Is it the same
different.
story but different perspective?
A
lot of it.
are.
Okay.
One of them isn't. A whatever the other
A2?
A2. Well, yeah, she and hers is different.
Her perspective, yeah.
Yeah, her she does a different question.
Which one?
A2. Yeah. But 2B and 9S, they're the same
9S is
storyline
like
from different
dude, right?
perspectives. And
This dude with white hair and
yeah,
2B.
yeah.
No, do what
And
hers
then
not
9S,
yet.
9S.
Oh, that's
And then
nice.
yeah. And his is really interesting because he's hacking the robots with it. Like he sees their
God, I'm
perspective.
already shitty enough
Super
remembering
interesting.
names out of these fucking 2 numbers.
Yeah.
Number letter.
Yep.
But 2B is like best robot, but yeah, robots. Yeah. But yeah. So I think in terms of like streaming, right? I think there are shows run by actors who are great,
but you're not going to get that shit from regular people, and it's going to be real different. Like, real different. People when they jump in, especially online.
Yeah.
Because I've done a lot of Roll20 and like just the raw humanity of Roll20, and I found that Roll20 is like an online, nice background, an online role-playing service. So, like you get your maps, your characters on it, you build it, you have shared playground. It's pretty cool. I think the problem is when you look at listings on it, like some of them are straightforward. Like we're playing this module, right? And you're like, okay, I know what I'm signing up for. Like I'm playing this module, right? They're clear, you know, with this level to this level, you know, you understand what kind of game it's going to be. But then you run into this issue where people have their games with crap loads of lore, and they're making up all these fake names and shit, and you don't have any idea what the hell any of it means. But it's posted there anyway, and they don't tell you if this game is low magic, high magic, if it's political, if there's like a warfare basis in it, if it's economic, if you're adventurers or dungeon crawlers, whatever. Are you cronies? Are you criminals? Like there's nothing to go on, so you're just basically like gambling on if you're going to be able to play this game or not.
Welcome to the internet.
And 100% of the time, that GM just wants to tell their story, and they do not care what you are doing. Yeah. Which is like, just write a book. Just write a book. Like, if you're going to do that, just write a book.
Yeah.
Write a book.
That's not a choose your own adventure.
Yeah. Just write a book. Not to say that books are bad. But yeah, I'm loving it.
Oh, it's cool as shit.
It's really good.
That's one thing I'll never do. I'll have gray models forever, or someone else is painting them for me.
No, you just fly with it. It would be great. You can make them.
Now, one of the awesome things about Nighthaunt, they're super easy to paint.
I've heard. So when we went to Plainview to the Warhammer store, and the dude there was explaining how they're the easiest to paint. Because you just primer them the thing and then airbrush a color on top, and that's pretty much it for them.
If you want to learn and you want to play around with it, I'm usually here every Sunday morning doing this.
I didn't buy them yet, so eventually.
No, but like when you do, like I'm more than happy to pass my craft to other people.
Fair. I'm mostly waiting for Jim to give me $80 so I could buy that 2-box set of the Stormcast and Nighthaunt, so he could get that Stormcast stuff.
I mean, it probably does.
So I don't have to spend $160. I only spend $80 and get a rule book out of it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Because he has the rule book already. He's like, this what happens is you just get the book and everything else. I'll just take the Stormcast stuff. I'm like, yes.
Sure. Which Jim?
Jim Chester, whatever his name is. Chester, yeah.
For a moment there, I thought it might have been his brother Jim, because every time we looked at each other, we kind of complained that fantasy got ruined, but we love the models.
And the guy at Plainview said you can use the other stuff in Age of Sigmar, like I don't know the name of it. They're like the green boxes where they're made for that side game.
Oh, the Shadespire.
Yeah, you use Shadespire stuff in Age of Sigmar apparently. Yeah, we have an online thing for it.
It's a skeleton. Just apply skeleton rules.
Yeah.
Alright, how would you shade glue? Just like a blue shade, or is it like a different color you use?
That's cool.
Non-oil.
So?
Yeah. Okay.
I'm trusting you!
So to show you some things, you see how that cloak?
Yeah.
That cloak was olive drab, washed with non-oil equivalent. They then brought back up a little bit with the olive drab. Then the olive drab was mixed a little bit with ivory to get that like top shot.
That is really cool. That's Boba, right? Yeah. I don't know if you were just painting somebody like Boba or if it was Boba.
No, legit Boba.
This game's got a lot of popularity.
It's a fantastic
Dust
game.
Warfare is awesome.
Just what?
Dust Warfare is awesome.
I don't know what Dust Warfare is.
Basically the rule set
The
that
rule
this.
set that this is 2.0.
Oh.
Yeah, Logan's a fucking moron.
You know Pete, right? Dave? Pete DeSalvo, you know Pete, right? He bought Sylvanov.
Nice.
He's building that.
Fucking weird bitch.
I'm gonna punch you in the taco.
I don't know whose tacos these are.
Then why is it here right
I
next to you
I
in front of
just set
you?
up here and those were there. And nobody yelled at me, so I figured,
You know what's easy?
no, you're touching other people's stuff.
Yeah, but it's right in your shit.
Technically, I'm writing their shit.
What was that?
Technically, I'm writing their shit.
Oh, well, technically.
He also has a generator. So yes, but like, is that going to be game? Is it going to be like Prince is on, Prince is off, Prince is on, Prince is off? Was that? Yeah. My brother decided on haircut today. Like the barber. You usually just get like shave it. You should put in your hair. I'm like, yeah. Thank you. Hopefully, a good one.
I don't know, man. I'm authority on this.
Was that?
I'm authority on this.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah.
What brought you down here today? Just because you were bored or some shit? Or?
Yeah, like I just like needed to get out of my house. Last weekend I was sick, so all of my games and stuff didn't occur. I didn't have never water over, and then this week no one can make it Friday, and then no one can make it Saturday. So I was like, all right, I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out. It's been, my only human interaction's been at work. I need
Other people.
human beings I can actually chat with and joke with without
And
like
no nerd
putting
stuff.
up the. Well, one of the guys I work with, his daughter works for Hasbro, works for Wizards.
Oh, cool.
And I can't talk about that too much, but he does. That's really cool. I got their employee sleeves. It's really cool. Nice. So I got like a Black Lotus on the back, like literally the
sleeve
card.
itself?
Yeah. So when I opened the box that had it, I freaked out. It was like 9 o'clock in the morning, and I'm staring at I opened the box. It's Black Lotus. Oh god! Because it's the card on the back, like the full card.
Oh, okay.
So it looks like it's just a little bit smaller. I'm just like lost.
First of all, what did you sleeve? Like your monitor or something in it?
Well, they don't want to get over sleeves for it because they're employee sleeves. I can't get replacements. So
You can, but it would probably.
I know
It's very hard.
I checked
like
eBay.
buying online.
I checked Amazon. Really? They don't exist. I literally can't find them. So I don't even know if this happen.
I was wondering if they have employee sleeves.
Yeah, they do, but I don't even know if I'm allowed to have them. So
Yeah.
But it's like,
What are they gonna do? Send the Hasbro police after you?
but it's like, if employees get them,
it could be really bad because they just did like a huge mass claim off.
Yeah.
Like Wizards is going through some shit right now, and that's public information.
Blizzard too.
Blizzard 2, Take-Two, EA, all of them are shit houses. Square, as I say. Square has made another cell phone game.
Oh, their shuffle games are good, so.
I know, it's fine. It's just, I'm a little worried about, we're only talking about a 7 remake. We're not talking about a 16 yet,
Nothing.
Like, people want a 7 remake regardless. Yeah. I'd rather.
Also, they were abandoning certain games that they don't think do well, right? But I would still want, you know what I mean? Like, they're not porting 8.
Like Xenogears?
They didn't port 8.
Like a remake of Xenogears?
I'm never expecting that in my life.
It's never.
It's not going to happen.
No.
As much as I would love
It'd be
it would never
amazing
happen.
and actually finish the story.
Yeah.
Well, flush
I
it
mean,
out.
like,
But
I think the crazy thing is that it introduced like a lot of concepts, psychology, and philosophy that you normally wouldn't have seen in a game or in general. And, it's like game's weirdly nihilistic.
yeah.
What is the search for me every day?
I think both of these guys are going for headshots. Yeah.
Hope you don't get it.
He's trying to hedge out with a flamethrower, by the way.
That's fine. Just kick the face.
Never forget.
Imperials are getting their first alien species on their team. I'm excited.
The boss?
Boss.
Yeah.
Boss. Yeah, boss. I'm stoked because Boba and Boss are my favorites. Like the next part of my Star Wars sleeve is Boss.
So you got two guys who never did anything.
Not
Bosk is really good in Imperial Assault, I have to say.
He is a monster in Imperial Assault, especially if you're playing skirmish and you spend the points to get his upgrade. His frenzy does I think it goes from like a yellow dice and a green dice to like a red dice and a yellow dice. Yeah, it's retarded.
I mean,
Dave,
No problem when she's like green blue dice for attack.
Have you watched?
And she's
Shield
basically
Pro
stuck
yet?
with her starter
Yes.
weapon and has no search.
How do you feel about it?
That sucks.
Yeah.
They do a really good
If she had a
job.
better starter weapon, or if they do her ability, like,
I don't know.
she
I don't
has
care if
style
like
points
whatever
that she can
viewership,
spend,
whatever.
she gets
Like
no
they do a really good
shots.
job that like.
But you can only spend them on
first episode
damage
plot point,
using
they
starter weapons.
really work with positively.
I think
I
it's better.
feel
like-
I haven't
I
played.
like the direction they're going.
It's
I really do.
in the long tradition.
She's
Taking the
going to
steer
give
dude
those
in
like,
the dick.
tokens out. You basically give attack and
Okay.
you make tokens
Maintain.
out. Then you just spend them.
Does
on
it a
that.
lot.
That's the next part of the tactic. So having Hyper Boss next year is going to be amazing.
I am so excited. 'Cause I read that thing, the whole thing, and I love it. It's one of the first light novels I ever read. Watching it get animated, getting a manga and then get animated, is so good.
I like how it was not your run-of-the-mill, just got transported to the fantasy world.
Yeah,
And
you'd be surprised how many of them are like that. That like they have a very generic premise, but really do something special. You know.
yeah, like that's also why I've been loving like Slime.
It's so good. There's another slime one which is pretty good, which I don't think will get animated. But the dude he gets transported, but he's immortal. But he doesn't have like a goal, right? So he spends 300 years in the forest killing level 1 slimes for 300 years and ends up at max level.
That's the entire premise of it.
The entire premise.
Wow.
So what ends up happening is some adventurers find him and they're like, "What are you even doing here?" Like he's grinding. He's just like, "Oh, I didn't know there was a village nearby, so I've just lived here," you know. And he's been there so long. He's like, "All right, let me go live with other people." And his basically he becomes an adventurer, and they're like, he's like considered low level because they can't read your level. Right? So he's got to work at the bottom, and the early quests, because all the monsters have been defeated, is cleaning the bathrooms, right? Cleaning the public bathrooms, and he has to do that. This is the title is really long, but it's something like after killing slimes for 300 years, I am level 99. Is the title.
Because it sounds like something I'd actually enjoy. It sounds like Overlord, and I actually really like Overlord.
It gets really good. So his answer to this was he's like, "Oh, I've just been using slimes to clean my bathroom.
It's better.
I'm
actually thinking about mounting
use
another
the
camera
slimes to
here
clean
and
the
just like
bathroom."
so I have both
And he
angles
gets a
going.
contract to do
And just,
it.
like,
And he's
picture in
"All right,
picture.
well, you've done all the missions. Like you level.
This
up
wasn't
to
as
the
uncomfortable
person,
as I thought it would be.
Hey, like new class, right? You're a rank D adventurer now, right? You can do legitimate adventures now. So he goes on, and his answer is like basically develop a specific kind of slime to handle the situation, right? So he like starts engineering each specific slime to have whatever attribute. Like he'll have a fire slime, he'll have a life slime.
Makes sense.
He has a healing potion slime that secretes basic healing potions and uses them to build a factory of mass producing whatever phenomenon that is, right? He has poison detecting slimes, in which case he starts selling to nobles so that their food won't get poisoned. So they'll only react to like poisons. So like if they bring at their food table at the table, right? It'll only go to eat stuff that's poisoned.
Oh, that's kind of like interesting.
Yeah, they do like neat things like that fit into the world of him abusing that system, and it's really cool. He eventually makes lightning slimes to act as power source for generators that he's built.
Okay.
It brings power and electricity to this kind of city. It's pretty cool. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, he also made like pestilence slimes that he has to keep hidden. He made that on accident. Oops.
This was a bad.
Yeah, he periodically releases them when he needs to, on like a country or something.
It's like, oh, I need this country to go away. Whoops.
He also releases them into a wheat field, one of the largest granary in this enemy nation, and basically like forces them into a famine.
Why is it whenever I walk into a
On the cusp
conversation
of
with you, it's always something terrible happening to people?
It's always somebody in a family.
Because that's the point of writing a drama.
Brushes that are good for minifigure painting. Can you get those at like AC Moore as well, just as easily, or is it more?
The brushes that we see more are meant more towards canvas and oils and watercolor. You can get decent brushes from there, but you're really going to be looking for like your finer point brushes like this. the brand I typically use are these, which are Winsor Newtons.
Okay.
Are you just getting started doing this?
Yeah, I've grabbed a bunch of like secondhand unpainted like Tyranids and stuff
Okay.
for Warhammer.
The Army Painter line, these brushes, this is going to be where you want to start. They're inexpensive. But they hold up. Like I use them in my normal painting as is. Like this, and again, since you're just getting
Oh, it's a
started,
weird game.
these are.
Weird game.
You making Magic Cards jump yet?
If you
Magic
kill one,
Making them
it's not a
jump
big deal.
yet?
This is $3.50. Or $4, something along those lines.
You have to raise a Magic Card to jump higher.
No.
Yeah.
I've
This is
never played
$37.
that. That sounds terrible.
It's actually really good.
Yeah.
Army Painter it is.
Yeah. So when you're getting started with that,
planets apparently, or aliens on planets.
you're gonna.
I don't know
My
what
main
these
thing
are.
is I don't even know where to start with the paints per se.
Well, when it comes to the paints,
No, you just gotta get a planet card.
a white, a black, always needed. You're always going to. There's never going to be a time you don't need one of those two. And then I usually recommend a black wash, like Null Oil. Okay.
Yeah, see, like I said, I'm like, I have the figurines, but I don't know the first thing about starting to paint them. When it came to making models, I was always a Lego guy, so
That's
that
fair.
didn't really translate very well.
Fair enough. So, see how the cape here? That starts out as this. It's an olive drab. We started its life as that, and then I have this wash here that basically puts all that little black lining and shadow you see in it. Then we go back to this to just leave just enough of the ink of that washed green to create your shadow. Because everything you do in model painting is recreating light and dark. That's it. So, yeah, I can take anything and just like paint it red, but it's just going to be a little blob of red out there. So what you are trying to do is just emulate how light falls. So see how in these different crevices, like in here, you see that little bit of like dark green, and then it builds back out.
Right.
Okay, so it started here, got washed with the dark color. Then I went back over it with the original to create like the base tone that you see everywhere else.
Okay.
And then I mixed a little bit of ivory into the green to create the highlights. Basically, every little point that you see that light would naturally reflects.
Right.
We can even take it out from under the light so you see it better.
Okay.
And you don't need to do it a lot. Just a little bit does it, and it creates your different layers of light and how it strikes them.
So that's the one. Like I did buy one pre-painted figure just so I had like something in a collection, and that's the one thing that it's missing. Is it's very well painted. It's very precise in its detail, but that light simulation you're talking about, it doesn't have it. Everything's flat.
Right. And that's when you're doing the neutral painting. That's most of what you're trying to do. You're trying to emulate. Oh, there's the shine of a sword. How do you do that? You paint the sword silver. Well, it's silver stick. That's great. But to add some depth to it, doing a black wash over it, and then redoing the silver on where the light strikes it is a big deal. Maybe putting some little bit of white into your silver to make it brighter.
Okay.
So it's there's a lot of different ways to go about it. So it's I'm usually here every Sunday morning doing this.
Okay, you're doing a stream for it.
Well, not just the stream, but I'll also do workshops where people sit, paint with me, and ask me questions as you do it.
Okay.
And my big thing is just ask questions.
Okay. I mean, thanks for giving me the moment.
Oh, yeah, no, it's not a problem, man. Ask me anything. I'll probably
I'd have to get the brushes and the paint still. Right now, all I have is I ended up grabbing one of those primer spray cans.
Yep. Those help a lot. Now the plastic in general is not, since it's not porous, the paint needs something to grip. So you do need to, you really do need to do a primer coat. So you see the gray boots? Right? It's just putting the black wash over them right now. See how it instantly pulls out all the little crevices and details in the boot.
Okay.
So as that dries, it's going to leave the black pigment.
But it's meant to be thin, so it's not just like a solid flat black.
Correct. Right. So you just get all the treading in this boot instantly. It's right there.
Okay, you said that's... Which bottle was it that was the wash?
That was the dark tone, which is the red cap on the tray there.
Okay. So the tone washes are always red?
When it comes to the Army Painters brand, yes.
And then I guess black is the iridescent
Yeah,
reflective
the metallics, which is like his backpack.
Okay. Yeah, my main thing is first I got to figure out money and time. I've just been collecting a bunch of secondhand figures that people got rid of or stopped using. A lot of them in those glass cases, people don't even bother painting; they just leave them complete. So it's like, why spend $100 on a set of figures that are not put together, not painted?
Well,
but then drop $20 for the same figures, still unpainted.
So a lot of the time it comes down to.
You were talking to me. I thought you were talking to Lewis.
I'm talking both of you. Either Lewis
A lot of the times when it comes to like
I just
buying I don't like
get myself in the car.
doing anything with used miniatures.
I mean, I technically don't have enough to.
Oh, so you don't like gaming them? You like just
I have to
putting
use
them on display?
No. I don't like using miniatures because I don't like working from other people's mistakes.
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Oh, that's what you meant.
Just fight them both in real life.
So used miniatures are not my style for getting an army up on the table, because in doing that you now have to work with whatever colors they might have used.
Well, that's
or
what I'm saying. I
whatever-
buy ones that are unpainted.
Well, even so, you have to deal with mold clots, flashing, if they didn't clean the model properly, if the positioning isn't right. When you go to paint a model with a gun across its chest and you need to get to the chest detail, that's a real pain in the ass. Now, you are doing monsters and bugs, so it's not as big a deal. Like, okay, I can get to its chest, so I guess it's just purple. Cool. But if I want to do a Space Marine, then I want to get to the Aquila on its chest. If I want to do a Canadian Shock Trooper, then I want to get to the actual armor and do their ID numbers. Like,
You did? I'm gonna Google myself.
the gun across their chest makes it very difficult. So I have to disassemble the model just to paint it and reassemble it. Why am I going to do that when I can just build it clean from the get-go? So it's more of where you want to be when you're doing that particular paint job.
Right. I mean, once I get good at it, then I'll start just exclusively getting like new stuff. But since I don't know, I'm completely new to this. I'd rather just have a bunch of used stuff that I'm not spending as much money on, so I can get a feel of where I can paint from, like what I can do with the paint, what I can do with arranging the figure, how I can modify things.
Yeah, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. It's just where
So your personal thing is
my personal preference is to do that.
Okay.
Because a lot of the time when I paint,
I don't know.
I paint it in sections. Right? I don't think I have a good one on me right now.
So maybe tonight I'll get the call something like that.
Is he all Sundays yet?
I don't know.
Like when I go to do
I'm like
the,
unsure of when I can.
not that one. When I go to do this stormtrooper here, his arms are going to be across his chest. He's not going to have his arms glued in when I go to paint.
Angel, I leave it.
Right.
I heard it was good.
I guess you're right. I guess it's a good thing that I picked Tyranids to do that, because I don't think any of them have. Well, except
It was pretty good.
What are they like?
I didn't see the movie.
Formagons or something like that. They do kind of have guns, but the guns like match their flesh colors and
It
stuff.
was there. Yeah.
it's a definitive advantage. It makes things a lot easier. Hey, how's it going?
How long did it end up
Apparently
being?
he does this and does
Oh,
deal
yeah, I
with
guess.
people tutorials, like pseudo tutorial.
Yeah,
Not really, like,
I do more of a workshop style. Everybody sits around, asks questions, and I do those. I officially run every other Sunday. Today's just the day
It's
that
got a
I'm
high
here
rating on Tomatoes.
doing my thing. But I'm usually here every Sunday morning, hanging out, painting.
Yeah.
There are some glaring times where you notice it, and it's mostly when
it just it caught Boba Fett caught my attention.
and every time we're doing air
Look how
gear,
good
the
it is.
scenes
That is awesome. Like, I painted my first mini the other night, and it's like, I'm trying to get a feel for it. This is what I've got so far.
Oh no, big shit.
Like, it's very basic, but I'm trying.
No, that's exactly what you need. That's exactly what you need to do.
Yeah, I started
Make
delving
yourself
into it
happy.
because of her.
First and foremost, when it comes to painting, make yourself happy. And if you're not happy with it, maybe you redo it. Maybe try a new technique. Oh, the only person that needs to really love that model and have a good time with it.
Okay.
Right. So,
Let me see if I can.
Yeah, because I'm gonna work on them some more tomorrow. Because there was some other stuff I wanted to do with that one mini before I moved on to other ones. It's just I gotta get in contact with Amazon because I ordered a set of Adeptus Mechanicus paints, and the paints they sent me were dried out.
you would actually be better call. Are they the official paints from GW? Are they the Citadel paints? Call Citadel first because they'll be the ones that will probably help you more. Or you just return it to Amazon because Amazon accepts everything.
Yeah, see, this is the best Tyranid model I have right now.
I'm down with it. I play against it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Put it on base, man.
Yeah, the only problem is I kind of just did it as like on a whim thing, and I do need those pieces for another kit.
I kind of want to see you build an entire army of Lego Tyranids. I would be so down for this.
The problem is when you start like that Tyranid or that Trigon already is already like twice the size of a normal Trigon. So as far as like,
I'm not seeing a problem here.
Well, I mean, you have to work with sight lines and stuff, don't you? I don't know the rules of the game. Like I said, she likes the Warhammer and she's getting into it, but getting out here to play is a little more difficult. So I wanted to start investing in it. So when the time comes, even if we can't make it out here to play, we can play at my place because we have a huge basement and stuff.
This is its own. This is a starter thing.
Kind of like that Tyranid starter.
No, it's two very small armies and a basic campaign with books that you can at least learn how to game itself.
Okay, that works.
And then this one is different building.
8th edition 40K is the best edition I have played. I've not played it a lot, but I started playing in second. It is one of the more balanced editions I've ever looked into. The rules are super easy to pick up. You just roll through, and it's a blast.
I personally grew up on HeroScape. It was never really, it sadly never took off, but I loved the modular map building system that it had, using hex tiles.
I've played many games of BattleTech with that terrain. It's cool.
Yeah, like honestly, once I have the disposable income, I plan on going on to like eBay and just buying up people's HeroScapes, just so I can like one day have like a table like 2 times the size of this, just one big massive map. I know it won't work with Warhammer all too much, but my friends and I always loved making up our own games using those tiles.
Yeah.
Like we'd slap other different games together to make one big one. I mean, I use Lego for a lot of stuff too. I mean, if you're a Destiny fan.
Oh, neat. So, now that you saw me put that wash over there.
Yeah, by all means. Thanks for talking.
Yeah, no, it's not a problem.
Thanks a lot for the tips.
Not a problem. I'm probably going to be here tomorrow too because I actually have off for some reason, and like I said, every Sunday morning I'm here. Right, usually from like 10 or 11 until I have something else to do.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
I have nothing going on tomorrow, so I might come out here and.
Monday. Tomorrow's Monday. Today's
Yeah, no.
Tomorrow's also President's Day, so like my job's closed. I guess I get to sit and paint more. Sweet.
I've got school stuff to do tomorrow, sadly. So I don't think they're closing the school for President's Day. I doubt they are.
At least you'll probably have like online classes or something.
Oh! How many of them are like
The first one, which is consensus, is
If you're within range, after it's up, line of sight. Then you roll the die. Right. Then roll which die? The red defense. And then that nothing, and then it is a single.
Oh, that kind of hurt. Reaching an upper limit of being craned over a model.
Yeah. How long is your time slot usually for?
I'm usually doing this between like 10, 11 to like 2 or 3. So, yeah. Some days I'm doing it longer. Like the Green Dragon, I did start to finish on stream. That was fun. Eventually going to get to the white one and the red one. I'm waiting with bated breath for them to make the blue and the black. I'm so down for painting the blue one. Like on the days that I don't do the kids D&D, like today, I usually run a bit longer because I'm not expected to do anything after this. But the days that kids D&D, I try to wrap at a hard 2 o'clock.
I really need to get into like a game like that now. Just like
On which side of the screen? Or either. No. Hey, you. Okay, so like you're one of those people that I fucking I love that movie. So the mission system in Legion is fantastic. Both players have a set of 4 cards for 3 different categories. That's your deployment, the mission, and the battlefield conditions. 4 cards in each category. The person who wins the initiative use their set of cards, and you shuffle up each category, flip out 3. Flip out 3, flip out 3. Then we both get vetoes. The leftmost column is your current mission. Oh, I don't like that there's I don't like this battlefield condition because it's limited visibility and I can't see shit to shoot you. Because I have snipers and I need that. Gone. The other 2 move over. This is now your new mission. And you get a veto. And go like, I'm not trying to chase you around the table. Fuck that supply mission. Gone. All right. Oh, cool. And now we're intercepting transmissions because we're getting to radio towers. And I sit there and go like, well, if you're going to do that to me, I'm going to choose. I'm going to choose to get rid of the deployment that works in your favor. Fuck your couch.
Yep.
And he goes back, and you both get 2 vetoes. Once you do those 2 vetoes, the 3 cards in the left-handmost column, that is your mission. So it adds a level of strategy to even just
The beginning of the game.
The beginning of the game. So it's I've fallen in love with this
It must be
game.
difficult to pick a non-flexible list.
You really do need to. Yes, your list is probably tailored a little bit more to the missions that you're bringing to the table.
Yeah.
But you do need to build a certain amount of I'm able to handle shit.
What do you think?
I like it.
My actually went by very fast.
Well, they're black.
They're black. I didn't have to shade anything except for the gun. Not even the gun, the melee.
So I think your dry brush went up a little too much, but that's not a big deal.
Yeah.
If you want to try something neat, take a very thin, do it like water down a black wash, water down your non-oil a little, and just from here up and just darken it and just see how it looks. It may look great, it may not.
Okay. Well, I figure like all my other models have the dirt up to like their knees.
Yeah.
So I figure I make it match. Although I think I'm running out of dry brush. Or my dry brush is shot. I think my dry brush is shot.
Probably.
Yeah, I mean, like I can't now, but. I think it's like dry brush is that shot, but wasn't quite nice.
Generally, you shot it, they're probably going to go
I do have 2 more quick curiosity
Oh,
questions.
shoot.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how important would one of those little holder things be?
They're not particularly important. You can glue these things to the top of the soda bottle if you really wanted to. They're more of a convenience.
Okay. And would you say if I'm going to put like details on the base of a figure, do I want to paint the figure first or do I want to put the decoration on the base first?
So there's 2 schools of thought here. The base that you're using for the figure initially is not the base it ends on. It's only there to hold the model for you. Like this base, I'm actually swapping out, right?
Okay.
Because I used the base to prime on, so it's kind of mucky. It doesn't look nice. I'm going to take a new clear peg and a fresh base, and I'm going to do that.
Okay, and that would be the same with like these kind of bases, say for these minis?
The bases. They're just generic bases, right?
Okay.
and then you would take it off that base, and you would do the base you want it to end on separately, and then glue the mini to that. However, that's going to happen. Or you can just reuse the base that they're on. I would always do the miniature first, because then when you do your basing, you can get some very natural effects of like mud getting kicked up onto their boots, because you dry brush a little bit of the brown will get on their boots while you're doing that, or the green, or what have you.
Okay.
Right? So it looks like, oh, they're now one piece.
With the base. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
How's the Mando going? Damn, I like the flames, the backpack. That's really nice, Dave.
Thank you. I haven't even gotten to the fun part yet.
What's the fun part?
The freehand.
The freehand?
Yeah.
Oh.
Like, there's a distinct lack of a skull on there.
Oh my god, how are you going to do that?
See this brush?
Yeah.
Or can you see the brush?
It looks like it's a single horsehair. I'm going to be honest.
Ugh.
Like the model. Thank you. Alright.
I'm a special kind of crazy.
You know which suspension set? The fall one?
Oh, and I still have to battle damage the armor after I go through this.
Yeah.
Not. That sucks.
Do you play the game?
I play a little bit. Like, I want to play more
all
of it.
her shit just doesn't mesh well to that.
Yeah.
Is she one of the characters, or
Yeah,
is
she's
she?
one of the characters. She's got this thing with, like every time she attacks, she gets what's called a style point.
Okay.
You spend that on stuff. Unfortunately, in order to do it for damage, it has to be on her base weapon, which is her mechanical fist, which is a green and a blue die, which are great for surges. You have no surge spells. You can't get any surge spells. Right. So you do very little damage. You can do a little bit more with the style points, and it's just.
Why isn't it limited to only her base weapon?
And all of her XP abilities, none of them increase her damage.
Or so
She does have the best ability in the game, even though it's completely useless, where she can go and throw somebody through doors.
That's fun. That's awesome.
That's cool.
Yeah, I think you hit him for damage, you push him. If you go next to an unlocked door, door's open.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
But it's just not worth it. Like, it's not worth 2 XP right now.
Sucks. Maybe we'll get some errata.
That being said, one of her 4 XP things is spend 2 style points, you get another action.
Oh,
which is
that's
good.
really nice.
So she becomes super
But it can't
do
be
the objective.
anything but an attack.
Right, she's super get the objective.
Yeah, she
That's
is
cool.
super fucking mobile. She rolls a strength check every turn. Any searches to get you movement.
Oh.
I'm sorry, you either move that many spaces, you don't get movement.
That many
If you go over difficult terrain, you just go over one spot. You don't care.
Yeah, because that's really cool. It'll be fun.
And then one of her XP things, she can spend a style point for an extra 2 points.
Okay, so she's not
So
lethal.
she's very zippy.
That's cool.
She goes to complete the objective. She doesn't go to
Murder every stormtrooper within 5 miles.
right. And like, I mean, sometimes that's just as important.
Yeah.
If the rest of your group is a murder hobo, like,
She does have a thing where you get attacked, you get attacked by a melee thing, you spend a style point, up for 2 damage. If you get attacked, you get an extra defense. Yeah, an extra 2 defense. So she's like, she's on the cusp of being very good, but she isn't good.
So it seems like she's not meant to like attack people.
Well, one thing that kind of makes her work well is your character mission. If you beat that, she has an ability where you can now spend your style points to negate a dodge.
Oh.
Or negate surge. Or negate. Get surges or negate. Why are you rushing into those moves?
I mean, either way.
actually, now that I'm like thinking about it more, it sounds like you just don't give a crap about her base weapon. You don't use your style points for.
Damage used to the other thing.
Like, I get 1,000,000 moves. Okay.
The funny thing is, have you played the Sky City, Cloud City one?
I have.
You got one of the weird fucking aliens with it's like a snail. He's the fucking diplomat.
Oh yeah.
But he's got this ability that's alright. Depending on how many other guys haven't gone yet, you get to choose some abilities.
Okay.
One of them's always +2 accuracy. It's a gun, 2 red dice.
Oh.
If you spent, you could take it -1 damage for extra accuracy.
Oh.
So you got Mern, that's the name of the character. Of course, he gets to choose these abilities. One of them is +2 accuracy. There's another thing that was mentioned, like +1 rate of accuracy. So there's fucking diplomats going around. All right, I get 3 spends, pierce 1 or 2, +1 damage, +2 accuracy.
Oh.
Tish. In the campaign we're doing, which is the Jabba's one, our fucking main damage dealer is the diplomat running around with a fucking hand cannon, obliterating people.
He just like,
Diplomatic immunity.
Get off pick me.
And almost 2 shot in the right.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Shoot him.
He's Italian, he'll just surrender.
Excuse me.
Whoa.
Back-to-back World War champs, all right?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Yes.
Yes.
We won World War II.
And
we overthrew Mussolini.
Yeah.
Bitches.
And we won World War One.
And we won World War One. I'll talk about the people who fought for us in World War One, but we won it. We only lost like 20,000 people to wolves. It's fine.
Wait, what?
And then we got stabbed in the back.
The Bacon Mountains. Fucking no supplies. Between them and the Austro-Hungarians,
Yeah.
like wolves were picking off troops. Not the guns, not the artillery. Wolves.
That's crazy.
Because they were so exhausted and starved, they would just collapse
and the troops themselves.
They lost 20,000 troops to war.
I don't know what the exact numbers were, but it was terrible.
It seems like ridiculous high. Like, holy shit.
Well, because the local troops in the area had exhausted the local wildlife. So the wolves are starving now.
Yeah.
And now
they're exhausted. Yeah, obviously.
And you
makes
got
sense.
easy
It just
pickings
seems like a
of
ridiculously
soldiers.
large number. You know what I mean?
It could be that, it could be less, but a lot of dudes
significant.
died over the Carpathians. It was fucking terrible. You know, when you're going up to the 9th battle of some stupid fucking river.
13 battles of the Asanza River.
Thank you. Yeah.
13. 13 times.
It was just, World War I was a shit show.
Yeah.
I love the effect of silence right now, by the way.
Was that?
Just like, everybody went like, oh god, and like the silence that just followed for this minute here.
The Gorizia Thunderdome, Cardona versus Conrad von Kotzen.
Yeah, you watch Great War?
Yes. Oh, man.
I haven't finished. I gotta go back and finish it. Like, it's the Great War on YouTube. It's
still going.
absolutely amazing.
No, dude, it's still
Oh,
going.
you're still doing shit?
Yeah, they're doing like the post.
Is this the one where they go week by week?
You're week by week doing.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that.
Amazing.
Indy himself has moved on to another project.
Okay.
They have a new host.
All right. Yeah, because I gotta catch up. I'm in 1917 somewhere.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, so they're just covering the post-war. Like even though the war has ended, the fighting's not, because the Balkans are still about to explode.
Oh, I didn't actually know that.
Yeah, dude. Part 3, Electric Boogaloo.
Boogaloo here.
Yeah, and they're covering the rebellion in Germany and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Shit's going south.
War to end all wars. Nope.
Not quite, but it looks like it.
The war to figure out how to wage war with guns.
Oh,
Pretty much. Well, modern weaponry.
Despite the fact that they were used in the Crimean War, but you know, let's forget about that.
Yo.
You know,
The Russo Japanese.
fuck, they were used in Civil War. Fucking Gatling guns. No, we don't know how, you know, rapid fire weapons murdered hundreds of thousands of troops at a time.
Actually, the Russo Japanese War was really like the closest thing we had.
That's wild. The thing is that in World War I, it's not like that was the first time they saw machine guns. They've been around for 50 fucking years. Like 50 years. And they're still fucking marching rank and file. At the beginning. I mean, what the fuck?
Oh man, a cavalry charge. That'll go well.
You ever had a really dumb manager at work?
Yeah.
Imagine to go to work, go to war that way, and that's how it happens.
I would rather not imagine.
I was told, I think you're the man I'm supposed to talk to about getting the separatist guy, putting it on support.
Is there any can of fucking ticket?
I don't know yet, but I definitely want to reserve a copy.
Yeah, alright, I'll put Frank and make sure. Is it just you?
Just me.
Because you're rushing.
They said first quarter.
Fancy.
Yeah, I know.
And you pick anybody that's not.
Do you have any interest in the fucking heroes and villains?
I think it's just that just takes every NPC at
Yeah,
every
it's just a whole
level.
bunch of named characters.
Not really.
Alright, I didn't think so. I'm not.
Unless it's gonna add new stuff, then maybe. But from what I've seen, like the pictures so far, it's just taking every NPC, every minion, every rival, every nemesis out of every book and putting it into one collection. Which kind of seems redundant.
It seems like a monster manual to me.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
It's not a terrible thing, but it's not necessary.
I mean, like if they didn't have the NPCs in every book.
I want that, but for gear.
Oh my god,
They need to standardize the fucking gear. This shit is all over the place.
Yeah. Well, I think it's just how they did the splat books. They're like, okay, in every splat book, besides the career stuff, we're also going to give them new toys, new equipment, new ships, new rules.
The problem is there's two Fang fighters in two different books with different stats.
Yes, there are. I think the official word of God is the new stats.
Which one's that?
I don't know which one that is. It's like the new ones that came out. You use those.
Well, that's not a good way to handle it. Like, either come out with a vehicle compendium that covers everything.
Yeah. They might actually, because the heroes and villains sets a precedent. I think they probably will come out with like a gear and starship book.
Hurry the fuck up! I almost left my game.
Honestly, I remember them releasing like a splat book. Like someone was like, "Oh, I want to play Spy," and we're like, "Oh, okay. Just use these rules." And then we're halfway through we're 5 sessions in, and then they announced the Spy book, and we're just sitting there like, "Are you serious right now?" Or like we made like a guessing of like a stat of a certain ship. And it's like, oh hey, it's in this book. And we're like, for fuck's sake, Fantasy Flight. Please.
I mean, that was something that Catalyst eventually did for Shadowrun.
Oh yeah?
Was there's a gear book, there's a vehicle book.
Yeah.
I need to see if some stuff I've been working on. Apparently, I'm going to be the B guy. Yeah, they don't suck. Yeah, as it turns out, you can get them off the Facebook set. Great.
Something I had just gotten actually.
Yeah.
Cypher's a mess.
Otherwise, you're just worse Samus.
Some weird shit in here, man. Oh, it's cool. It's weird though. Like this thing. Like the fucking.
Oh, like the second skin
yeah.
shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's so messed up.
So I need to shuffle these.
Tools. And then I got this. Ghost of Dathomir Adventure.
Yeah, I got that for some ideas. All the fucking around in Dathomir.
Oh hell yeah, Dathomir's nice. I mean, it's also in the Rise of the Empire book too, Dathomir.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some stuff in there. Even lets you meet, depending on the time period, a certain red asshole.
There's a lot of red assholes.
The red asshole.
Red with horns, metal legs, kind of a dick.
Somehow Liv thought was going to be the stupidest thing ever, but did an amazing job with it. I was really surprised.
Yeah, oh my god. And the ending?
Oh, the fact that hate kept him alive? Yeah.
Yeah. Fair enough, man.
No, when they first introduced me in the series, I was like, this is going to be the fucking stupidest thing ever. Like, they're going to fanboy over this character. They did a really good job with it. I was really surprised.
I was very, very happy with how they did Maul, and I was very, very happy with his death scene.
They're like, we could have drawn it out, but they didn't feel that would be right for either of the characters. Like, I watched the interview about that scene. And I was like, all right, fair enough.
No, it wouldn't have been right.
Yeah. They talked about Obi-Wan took Qui-Gon's stance. And Maul was like, oh, I'm just going to bop him in the face and stab him in the chest.
Because that's how it worked last time.
That's how it worked last time. Everyone's like, haha, beta you. Cut your fucking lightsaber. Holy shit, that was wrong. Damn.
No, but that was just
It's so bad. I don't like
the
it.
execution of that scene was phenomenal.
That's the most cumbersome bullshit I've ever done in my entire Their tapes are all wonky. There's no way to know. Sometimes they play every other Wednesday, sometimes it's 19 Saturdays. No, we play every other Saturday.
Fuck how much?
I can't believe what they did to the Balazars. One guy sells death sticks in the bar for the entire race. It's not even just drug dealers. It's just like they're all assholes. They're all scum, like underworld, like fuck boys. And worst of all, their planet is the source for the prime ingredient in death sticks.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. And it's also like a.
This is Star Wars. Everyone is based off of very general stereotypes.
Yes. But their homeworld's basically Shadowrun. I'm not joking.
Well, that's what the CS.
No, they're in the core world. They're a core world that got fucked by its industry. It's hilarious. And the Molito Ronin, what the fuck? Did you read about the Molitos?
I've never heard.
Oh,
It's fucking weird. They're insects. So they have all this hype shit.
Hive mind type deal, or?
Well, the queens have pheromones that control all the men.
Right.
And then there's lesser queens that are like, whatever the actual name is, like the sub queens control like their own groups of men. But if you leave a hive, you're a Ronin. The actual word is Ronin.
You can
and there's a group of Ronin who hate the Empire. Free money.
Yeah, this is not the 1111 set. This is 2122, I think. 333. No, that's.
Any comments on your stream?
No, I've been having people pop in and out though.
Okay.
It's kind of neat.
Could just picture the entire fucking Star Wars RPG.
Yeah. The
Please,
smile is what does it.
Yeah.
It's a smile.
I rare medicine. By the way, we're the good guys.
Oh, I'm also thinking of playing on Muscle.
Oh, you want to talk to Anthony Russo?
Yeah, I was talking to Rob.
I don't know that it's a rebel. Because like
That's a rebel. Age of Rebellion, motherfucker.
That was me fucking everything.
Fair enough, I guess. But
Yeah, I meant to keep him and I floated.
Yeah, I don't think it's any good.
Hi, Joe. Joe's Joe.
Codebreaker, Cunning Persona,
So I like that way.
bypass security, analyze data, step ahead,
I'm gonna find the table keys.
instant person.
Somebody better in store.
Creative killer. Produces the critical ratings and weapon. Memorize them too.
Although then again, if you're doing it against minions and shit, that's all it's saying.
Yeah.
Alright, crack.
Yeah, it's dead. Which makes that's
Yeah, that's actually not bad.
Once procession starts featuring count his cunning one higher than normal for the remainder of the encounter.
That's good.
Once per session, the character may spend destiny point to establish he is undercover in an identified enemy base or large vehicle.
Or large vehicle. By the way, this AT-AT pilot's my butt.
For the remainder of the session, add advantage to checks here as always makes that are in the location.
Yeah, I like this way better too.
Once per session, while in an enemy facility or vehicle, they perform an inside knowledge action. Make it hard skullduggery check. The character may find a single personal scale item with rarity no greater than cunning +2 previously stashed here.
That's
or
cool.
Narrative benefit. So if your cunning's like 4,
A lot of shit with rarity 6 or less.
yeah, that is actually.
Oh yeah, I think I hit a weapon here.
I had a thermal detonator here. Oh wait, and then you use a step ahead to count your cunning as 1 higher. So rarity 7 now. Oh no. Now we're getting somewhere.
That's exactly what I thought you would.
I like
looking good.
Nice. Oh, and you have
I think that's it.
I'm about to call it a damn Boba, personally. Well, I'm getting down to battle damage and freehand.
Way to make me feel completely inadequate now, Dave. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. So my favorite, the one I got to play was the droid. And what is it?
Oh, the MHD 17, something like that.
Yeah, the person with the droid. I really like that character. Didn't they have Roboclaws in the droid that could do other things as an action? I remember
the ally.
Yeah, he has a little droid ally. The one with the paws.
Yeah, no, there's an engineer that has a droid.
Yeah,
from Chopper.
No. There's an engineer that has a droid companion, and you can spend one of your actions to make the droid do things.
I don't know who that is. Might be in the set I don't have.
Well, it's a really fun mechanic, and if you upgrade it, like in the mission, your droid gets upgraded so it can do another action on top of the action when you get it. So if you can do one action, I think the droid can do more things or activate more stuff, like grab the objective and run away with it.
Yeah.
Eventually, the droid does become like a full-on other character, but it starts out where it can open a door. It can pick up a crate. It can do little stuff, but then it eventually gets a combat ability. It eventually gets a bunch of things.
Cypher's in this.
Spies!
The crafting action.
Yeah, rookie grades. Trying to figure out how crazy I'm getting with the Wookiee braids, because all my reference material shows 2 different hair strands in the braid, like one's blonde, one's brown, and then there's ones that have it all brown, there's ones that have it all blonde.
I have no matte white at all, either Citadel or Army Painter brand.
Primer? Or
Well, just like the matte white, you said one of the things you should always have a black and a white. Not a primer, but a black and a white. They didn't have either.
Oh, we'll have the Citadel white on Friday. Must have been in stock when I.
Yeah, she says you guys restocked everything on Friday, but all the brushes are gone. All the white paint is gone.
Nope. Get fucked. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what that is. There are two different ones. I just keep switching up. One is Tim's. I just point him at the White Scar's White instead of the base layer. It gets him started. It may not be perfect, but it gets him started. Tempting, but no, I'm not going to do that today.
Never mind, take that back. No, you just have to start
So I don't have work tomorrow, so I think I'm going to leave this set up and come back and start painting again.
Ah, motherfucker. No oil down.
Oof.
So I think that's right.
Oh, that's a problem.
I started playing that yesterday when I said, wow, this is cool. Right.
All we need to do is keep doing that.
All that shit spilled out. I still got a little over a third of it.
I mean, thankfully, yeah.
What's that?
Thankfully.
Yeah.
But hold on, it gets even better. After that standard game, their legacy did that. So I built that deck in legacy.
What? That's
Oh yeah. It was so bad, but I had so much fun. I was like,